Tape identification. This is an interview with Edward Hitchcock, Hitchcock, recorded at his home in Christchurch on the 13th of September 2004. The interviewer is Alison Parr. The tape is for the D-Day Oral History Project, and this is side one. Check that you'll... So, right, let's get underway. If you could just tell me again for the tape your full name. What's your full name?
My full name is Edward Hamilton Hitchcock.
Was that a family name?
The Hamilton name, I think, came from my mother's family, but alas, I know very little about it.
Can you tell me where you were born?
I was born in Christchurch, here in Christchurch, in the family home, which was just near Havenside Church, where my father had been welcomed.
What year were you born? What was your birth date?
On the 6th of November, 1918.
And tell me about your parents. Tell me about your father. What was his occupation?
My father was an electrical engineer. He started off from a family headed by his widowed mother. He missed out on a scholarship for secondary school and had to make do with starting as an apprentice. And he went on from there, working his passage to England in the early 1900s.
Did he have to go to England to train?
Well, I think it was would offer opportunities for experience.
Yes.
It wasn't training in that sense. It was the version of an OE in those days.
I suppose so. And he could get more actual practical experience there.
Yes, well, in England he managed to get into the drawing office, and that's the way you get from the lower trade levels into the professional area. And he did that in Siemens drawing office in London before he went on the Faraday, which was the very early days of laying cables, and it laid cables across the Atlantic, telephone cables.
So he was a pioneer in that sense?
Yes, that would have been early on. He was only a small player, of course.
When would that have been, roughly?
Oh, early 1900s, I
Yes.
know exactly.
When did he meet your mother? Or where did he meet your mother might be an easier question.
He met my mother when they both lived in Wellington, and he was very active in the Anglican Church, and he used to ring the bell at the Anglican Church and then dash over to the Presbyterian Church where my mother was involved.
Did he? And what was her name?
Her name was Elizabeth, shortened to Bess.
And so they married and lived in Christchurch?
This is all in Wellington.
Oh, I'm sorry, this was in Wellington.
And she was running a small school linked with the Presbyterian Church.
What was her family name? Her family
name was Hayes, H-A-Y-E. E-S. And the husband came from the village. Oh dear.
Don't worry about that. That's not an important thing. I'm interested in your early life with your father being an electrical engineer. Did you have any inkling that you would be following him in your childhood? Were you interested in what he was doing then? Was your interest a pint?
I think I was engineer based from the beginning.
Do you? Yes.
And we had a good New Zealand style workshop in the backyard, and I followed my brother in building canoes. They were very active in doing things that way.
What sort of things did you used to go into the workshop in your childhood as a young person, a young boy?
Yes, I worked very much with my brother, and he was a very good elder brother, and I acquired my knowledge of tools and so on. And
what was his name?
his name was Henry Coleridge, because he was born just as my father was beginning his association with the Lake Coleridge Power Station, which was the first government station and was the lead-in to the rest of the various hydro stations that we had.
Gosh, so that link with that form of engineering is really embedded in your family, isn't it? Yes. Do you remember anything that you made in that workshop as a young boy, apart from the boats, the boats that you made with your brother?
Yes, we had a lathe that had come from an uncle, I suppose he was. He might have been a great uncle, who was a fitter and turner with A&T Bits in Dunedin, and he had actually 2 lathes in his backyard, and when he died we acquired this little lathe, and part of my engineering training was working in engineering workshops, and I made various things. I actually made a pair of mountain climbing boots.
What, you mean with crampons?
Crampons.
Did
yes.
you?
And
did you use them?
No, they mostly got lent to other people.
Did they? But of course, in Christchurch, I suppose, did you know people who were mountaineers, who went climbing?
Oh, well, I was very active in the university tramping club, and it really was a tramping and mountaineering club, and that was my particular sport. And we climbed various places in the Southern Alps, and it was very interesting and very rewarding when you occasionally got to a mountain top in good weather.
Yeah. But you recognised the need for crampons?
Well, I think it was a bit ambitious. To be truthful, I don't think I ever tackled a mountain in the situation that needed crampons.
But you did lend them to people, the ones that you made.
Yeah.
And did they say they were successful?
I gather so, yes. I think I should explain here that about the time that I would have been using that, we had this assignment to Malaysia, So I had 2 years away from New Zealand.
So was this after the war that you made the crampons?
Yes.
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 I was thinking more of when you were young, in your childhood. Did you ever make things in the workshop?
Yes, well,
In your father's workshop, I mean.
I made my mother a canister, which was a copper tube, about the same size as that
A
glass,
small glass, yes.
and it was arranged just to overlap, and it fitted together, a nice accurate job on the lathe. And then I used to take things down to a firm that did electroplating, and I had it plated. And to tell you the truth, I don't know where it is.
Was she pleased with it?
I don't think she really was. It was sort of a tea caddy.
Yes. Yeah. But you were obviously working at you were interested at that stage in the whole process of engineering and making
doing
things.
yes.
Yes. Had your father served in the First World War?
No. When he was doing his apprenticeship, they were shifting an engine bed plate, which is very heavy, and it fell on his hand, and he damaged a finger. So he had lost, I think, this second finger, and there was just a little stump there
On his right hand.
on his right hand, and I think that ruled him out
Yes.
from service.
Yeah.
There was just a little bit of the finger left.
Yes.
Could be moved up and down.
Yeah.
If you got a pen, you could put a couple of eyes on it in the mouth.
Did you do that?
I did. He used to.
Did he used to do that? Truly?
Yeah.
Oh dear. He obviously had a lovely sense of humour.
Yes. And as I've told you, he and the one who I understand was your great uncle, Canon Parr.
Oh, Stephen Parr, yes.
And they were inveterate punsters.
Oh, did he know
they-
Stephen?
And yes,
Oh, yes. Oh, really?
He was a close friend.
Was he?
And I've got my little patch in the diary to show you
Oh, that'll be interesting later.
of going for a walk with Pa.
Oh, really?
And they used to have a fund of funny stories. And when they met, they swapped the latest one,
Oh, did they?
mingling the puns in between them.
That's gone down the generations, that, I'm afraid. When you were at school, did you have school cadets?
Yes,
And were you in them?
yes. Thoroughly enjoyed them and absolutely loved the marching.
Did you? Why do you think that was?
Well, we had a bugle band at the school, which I wasn't in, and marching to a military band is great fun.
Which school were you at?
I went to this curious anachronism, the West Christchurch District High School.
That later became Hagley College.
And later
Hagley
became
High.
Hagley College.
Yeah. So you went to university. You went to university, and you were actually at university studying engineering here in Christchurch when war broke out.
Yes, my engineering career was really punctuated by wartime events. I think it would have been in my second year that war broke out, and the next year we had the fall of France, and we used to have laboratory sessions, and some of those in the hostels would hold us in one of their rooms, and I would join in, and this is a very familiar memory of, this was writing up a laboratory test that had been conducted during the day, and this was all with the radio telling us about the latest horror from the war and the fall of France, and so on. So it was a curious thing. I don't know how we ever managed to study, because always in that stage for young men, you had the probability that you would get involved sooner or later in some way with the military and the war. And just to cheer things up, in my middle of my final examinations, I was called up for territorial service and did a medical. And believe it or not, I was passed fit for everything, including, horrible thought, garrison duty in the tropics.
Were you?
So how I went back and sat the final exams and passed them.
So did you have a vision of yourself at that stage up in the Pacific, perhaps?
Well, we didn't really know.
No.
But it was garrison duty in the tropics. Sounded horrific.
So had you thought of enlisting? Had you thought of stopping university and going and enlisting, or were you just waiting to be called
No,
up?
as I think I said to you in your questionnaire, the story about enlisting, I think, dates from England in the First World War, when young men were walking around and they suddenly decided to go and enlist. And you did ask about whether my parents were keen on it. Well, in the technical world, I finished my degree. The university passed my name on to the Air Force, who were recruiting trained people to go to England, and about this time the English announced, the British I should say, announced the existence of radiolocation, and we deduced that we were being recruited for that. They were calling on the Empire to send men to help man the chain being the defensive things, of course, saved them in the Battle of Britain. And so that name, my name, was submitted to the Air Force. I was called for interview. So this is what you had. You didn't enlist, you got interviewed.
Got interviewed.
And you got an offer. And they said, would you like to go to England immediately? Because we're sending a group to go to England to be trained there in radiolocation, as it was called then. And I accepted, and dreadful thing, I then rang my mother and told her I'd be going to England shortly. What a terrible thing to do.
Why?
Well, she must have been anticipating that I'd get involved some way, and to be actually the going to England took about a couple of months. It wasn't quite as speedy as they thought.
Did you have fear that she would be upset?
Well, after all, the war was essentially, involvement in the war would essentially be travelling overseas. And of course we have had terrible New Zealand casualties in the Middle East, so that all around us were families with bereavements. So that was the atmosphere of wartime in those days. And I remember a devastating thing for me. I had been introduced to relations of neighbours here in Christchurch. And there was a family at Devizes, which was quite near where I was training, and they looked after me very well. And she had two sons who were both in the Air Force, and I was there when the telephone rang to tell her that her son in the Middle East was missing. And that was a terrible thing to be involved in that degree of tragedy. That was the other alternative, my being in England to my mother.
That's right. Now, what about your brother? Was he involved at all in the war?
Yes, that's a bit more complicated. He did what most engineers did in those days, was to move to England. Immediately he finished his degree, and he had what was called an exhibition with the British Thomson Houston Company, which was a big electrical firm at Rugby, and they used to offer special training to people from the Dominions in the hope, of course, that they'd go back and have a tendency to that particular manufacturer. And so he went to Rugby and did 2 years at this big electrical manufacturing firm. And when he finished up, he, I don't know quite why or how, but he got a job with a firm that was building the grid in English, the building of the grid, a major set of electric transmission lines linking all their power stations. It was a major project of the time, and he got in with a firm that was building these transmission line towers.
Was this, he's older than you, he was older than you, wasn't he?
He was older.
And so was he there during the war?
Yeah, well, I'll go on to
sure.
that. When the war came, this firm was involved in constructing things for the military, and we didn't know this at the time, but later when I landed in England on radar or radio location, we discovered that they'd been building towers for radio location. What is more interesting is that he was sent to the south of France at the time when France was still involved with us, building radio location towers looking across towards Italy. And of course this gives you the picture of the time. Italy under Mussolini was hovering as to whether to join with his pal Hitler, and it was a threat to the south coast of France if they would have raids, air raids coming from
Yes.
France.
From,
Anyway,
yeah.
so he took a team of British workmen down to the south of France, where he had a terrible time trying to get equipment. They had to get their equipment locally, and this was a great difficulty because everything was scarce. He had got these things partially built. Fortunately, got nowhere near installing the secret radio location, but the towers were only just plain engineering. And then, of course, the Germans broke through in the north. They ran right across the north, and then France was divided into the two areas, the occupied area, I forget what they called it. It was a protected area effectively under German control. And the British government did something to get all the British citizens, the retired colonels that had retired to the French Riviera after their military service, and they commandeered 2 colliers, apparently the only ships they could get, and these ships called at whatever the port was, which I don't remember, and he managed to get his men onto one of these colliers, and he was left to go on his own in the second one. These colliers had no accommodation in the remotest way suitable for passengers, and the colonels and the other English retirees from the Riviera were told they could bring on one small suitcase they could carry. I understand that the only way they could provide for toilet facilities was building something projecting over the side. There was a lot of concern among those people, but of course my brother was welcome with his men as being good, practical people. Anyway, that's another story. They had intercepted by an Italian submarine, and they managed to get away, and he eventually got to England with his men, and he almost immediately fell ill and was diagnosed with TB, and was dispatched to a sanitarium up in the North British Isles, and he then had the various procedures. He had one lung, what do they do, collapse it?
Yes, yes.
So when I eventually arrived in England to work on radio location, I then discovered that he had been building radio location towers. And
Was he with the army?
no, he was with a private.
With a private company.
This was an engineering company.
Right. So they were never taken into any of the forces. They were working as a private company.
Well, I have an idea that he then got caught up in the English system where people had to stay in their jobs. And I think at the time when he fell ill, he had been given indications that he was locked into this company.
Right. So your mother effectively had 2 boys away. during the war, with your departure for England?
Yes.
You were both away.
Yeah.
Yes.
And both in the European scene.
Yes, that's right. Now, you'd finished a Bachelor of Engineering degree and did honours, and then in terms of getting to the UK, were you... how did you know who you would be serving with when you got to the UK? When they said they were going to send you there, did they tell you it was with the RAF?
It's very hard. I don't think we knew much about it at all.
Didn't
because
you?
it was all cloaked with secrecy.
Was it, even at that stage?
Yes, well, we didn't know what it was we were going for. We only deduced when the British, it was after I'd had my interview that the British minister announced the existence of radio location and appealing to the Empire for trained men. When we deduced that that was probably us, but of course that was all secret, and I think this is something one needs to remind people about, this whole question of secrecy in wartime, where you had no that he was locked into this company.
Right. So your mother effectively had two boys away during the war. With your departure for England.
Yes.
You were both away.
Yeah.
Yes.
And both in the European scene.
Yes, that's right. Now you'd finished a Bachelor of Engineering degree and did honours, and then in terms of getting to the UK, were you? How did you know who you would be serving with when you got to the UK? When they said they were going to send you there, did they tell you it was with the RAF?
It's very hard. I don't think we knew much about it at all.
Didn't
because
you?
It was all cloaked with secrecy.
Was it, even at that stage?
Yes, well, we didn't know what it was we were going for. We only deduced when the British, it was after I'd had my interview that the British minister announced the existence of radio location and appealing to the Empire for trained men. When we deduced that was probably us, but of course that was all secret, and I think this is something one needs to remind people about, this whole question of secrecy in wartime, where you had no
Tape identification. This is side 2 of an interview with Edward Hitchcock. You were talking about and describing the atmosphere of secrecy and talking about at that time in the war. Can you tell me a bit more about that secrecy? You said there were notices around?
Well, yes, you'd have notices in pubs or cafes, indicating that the enemy is listening. And of course, it was extraordinary, really. We got, when we were posted, it was a very New Zealand system. We were just told to report to Auckland at such and such a time. Get there yourself. And you got to Auckland and you'd go into a shop to buy something. They'd say, oh, I'm sorry, we could get it in for you. And you would have to say, oh, no, I'm sorry because I'll be departing shortly. Oh, well, you'll be going on the hour with Kaya. She goes at 4 o'clock on Thursday afternoon.
So much for secrecy.
Yeah. But as far as radio location was concerned, it had the reputation of being the best kept secret of the war, and because most of the operation was done by WAFs, it was explained that the best kept secret of the war was kept by hundreds of women.
Oh, that's marvellous. That's marvellous. Because of course, where were the women working? They were working in the. Were they reading the screens, or how did it work? How did that work? What were they doing?
Well, the original radar sent out this burst of radio, and then on the cathode ray tube they measured the time it took to come back. So the cathode ray tube had a line, and there was a big blip at the beginning where the outgoing pulse was, and then the appropriate time for going out there and back as a radio wave. You had a little blip on the trace, and the operators, in other words, it looked nothing like anything.
No.
It wasn't romantic at all, and the girls got so skilled at interpreting this. If there was more than one aircraft, sometimes the blip would pulse, and they were able to judge the number of aircraft coming on a raid by having learnt what the pulsing meant.
How extraordinary. That's very skilled, isn't it?
And they, of course, were a bit subjected to the secrecy. The classic story goes of the WAF in England who was a bit fed up with where she was, and she applied for a posting, and they said, well, where would you like to go? Oh, I'd like to get onto one of the radio location stations. That sounds most interesting. And I had to say to her, my dear, you're on one.
Oh, really? Oh, how marvellous. That's very good. Shall we stop there and have our cup of coffee?
Yeah.
That's very good. Okay, now just before we had our coffee, we were talking about the secrecy that surrounded radar work and the women, the WAFs who were working in radar. Tell me a little bit about not so much about what you were doing in terms of the actual technical training, but you went, when you arrived in Liverpool, and you went to Yatesbury in the RAF, didn't you? Yes. In Wiltshire, to the RDF training school, and the atmosphere there was very secret, wasn't it?
Yes, the Yatesbury was a training for various things, and it had a big camp. I think the number of people was about 4,000. And across the field, I'll call it the English name, across the field,
yes.
There was a barbed wire enclosure, and that was round the secret radar training, and every morning we had to walk across the path to the secret place, and our books that we had to note things down, our exercise books, were officially entered as secret documents, and they were handed in at night when we finished. So you couldn't have a bit of swat at night because your document was secret and it was held in there.
Goodness.
And you walked back next morning.
Did you have to sign anything that committed you to this secrecy?
Oh, well, we were Irks, we were military. You know, you don't have to sign anything extra. And, you know, your penalties would be very severe. So, anyway, you can imagine there was a little bit of strain between the ordinary administrative staff and these people who were all from this secret area. And this is where, I don't know whether this is, you can bear to listen to this, but we went in as LACs, leading aircraftsmen. And we went to England. We were quite something. We'd been selected especially because of our training. We got to England and we were into the English class system. You were at the bottom of the heap. You might have been a first class private, but no, you were a couple of inches up off the bottom half. It was all. And I had been very happy at the conclusion of my course when I was invited to stay as instructor. I thought, well, that's all right. I'll get a commission and escape. I don't want to be an instructor for the rest of the war. So, in my innocence, I volunteered to be an instructor. And when I was getting a bit fed up with this, and they, on station daily routine orders, you'd have something that wanting to set up airfield construction units, and they want people with electrical engineering qualifications. So I go along to this administrative lot, real relic of the old Air Force, and say I want to apply for that. Well, you can't do that. Why not? Well, if you had a degree, university degree, you would have automatically, as you did in England, go in with the commission. You didn't go in with the commission, therefore you can't have a university degree. End of story.
But you did have a university degree.
Yeah. Well, here you're on Earth. You're at the very bottom of the heap. You're not allowed to know anything. You're not allowed to do anything. You're not even allowed to speak out of turn. And the commanding officer of this area, not the secret area, was an RAF regular, and they hate wartime volunteers. And he was an Englishman of the officer class in the Air Force, and they hate colonials. And he was a real bastard who hated most people.
Oh, really?
And so that was terrible.
So was life a bit miserable, really, in that respect?
Oh, yes. And I mean, to live in England in the lower class thing is an incredibly learning experience, which I mustn't get on to that, or will be. Yeah. But anyway, the technical people held together.
So how many New Zealanders were there in that secret training?
There were 28 in my special group.
Right. 28 New Zealanders?
Yeah.
Yes. So, and you'd all gone from New Zealand specifically to do that?
Yeah. I've got that photograph of the team marching.
Yeah, right. Did you have any idea what you were agreeing to do?
No, we thought we were somebody. We were leading aircraftsmen with a little propeller there.
On your arm?
On your arm.
Yeah.
It's like the American, they have first and second class privates. So you were essentially at private level. This wasn't a rank. You see, it was to do with your work.
Yeah, but you were in uniform, weren't you? You were in Air Force Blue
Yes.
uniform, yes.
You were in the New Zealand Air Force, and you were merely being seconded to the RAF.
Right.
And the attachment to the RAF was on the basis of you're fully under their discipline. If you want to complain about something, you'd have to go through the New Zealand High Commissioner.
Right. So you really felt as if you had no status.
Yeah, I was really at the bottom of the heap.
Yeah. Did the others feel like that too? The other New Zealanders?
Well, the majority of them were radio hams.
Uh-huh.
And radio hams were a different race of people because they'd been living in the world. They normally spent their time chatting to people in all sorts of other countries
Right,
in the
yes,
world.
yes.
And I don't think it was a bit different, the downgrading of the engineering degree. So I don't think the other people had quite the same experience.
Were you the only one with a degree?
There was one other. I had one contemporary.
Right.
A man, curiously, I didn't get on with.
Right. Now, you, just as a little aside, one of your, when you became an instructor there, you were with Arthur C. Clarke.
Yes.
What was he like?
Well, he was a tremendous personality. At that stage, he was always known as Rocket Clarke because he'd been a member or even a founder of the Interplanetary Society. He was terribly keen on interplanetary travel. And when they first launched the V2, this was this bomb arriving at supersonic speed, and of course there's a few stories about that too. He was excited because he'd calculated that this German rocket would be capable of escaping from the Earth's atmosphere. And that was wonderful. He is Rocket Clarke.
Yeah. So he foresaw space travel
Well,
at that stage.
more than that. He, even at that stage, he was doing a bit of writing. And he wrote a science fiction story about the idea of launching a satellite in space.
So this was 1942.
So later he was saying, why didn't I patent it?
Oh, really?
So he actually wrote in a science fiction article the concept of having a satellite stationary in space that would be able to use for communication.
How interesting. Goodness.
So you
a
can
visionary. Yes.
Or another thing at the time, he had written an article for a mathematical magazine about, now the pulse was the secret, a really total secret word, because that was the basis of radar.
Yes.
And he, in the radar, you used to muck around with valves to get a very steep-fronted wave. And they used this in the control circuit. And he contributed an article to a mathematical journal which analysed the components of that steep-fronted wave, and showed then that you could calculate what happened to it if you delayed it, which was all part of radar work.
So he was really working on it then.
Yeah. And this was something that another OR, another rank. This wasn't at all proper that he should have an article in a mathematical journal.
So he was subjected to the same kind of class discrimination because he was on the same level as you.
But he was gorgeous. He was totally above that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Incidentally, he used to beat me mercilessly at table tennis.
Did he? You made friends with him, obviously. Did you have friendships at that time with the men around you?
Oh, yes. I mean, this is very transient because you got posted and moved and everything else. But as I say, he and I were fellow instructors, and I spent time with him. I didn't get invited to his home, but I may have been I don't know why that was.
But you obviously connected with each other.
Yeah, and we played tennis and played table tennis.
Yeah. Let's move on now, because I'm aware of the time. About you were transferred eventually after you'd been instructing at Swanton, because you had a year at Swanton with the RAF, didn't you?
Well, now, Swanton is when something else happened. What happened was I went to this you'd call it the camp where I lived, and that was where they turned me down. However, the commanding officer of the secret radar unit, when I complained to him that this was a dirty trick, he took matters in hand, and before you could say before you could say anything, I was at Air Ministry headquarters being interviewed, and of course this is a sad thing. They were delighted to have an electrical engineering graduate applying for a commission.
Yes, so you'd been turned down for a commission, but then they wanted you.
I was backed by the head of the secret outfit, and they then said, well, what would you like to be? You could be a radar officer, or we've just established a new breed in the Air Force called electrical engineer, and this is because the aircraft are now getting so much electrical stuff that the engineer officers, who are almost always mechanical engineers, are getting baffled.
Right.
So we're appointing electrical engineers, a new category. Would you like to do that? Well, I had a friend, New Zealand friend, who'd written, he was a bit this way, but he'd written on the wonderful life it was, and he was enjoying it. So I thought, well, I better try this. So I suddenly became, instead of a radar man, I was an electrical engineer aircraft. And it's in that capacity I had asked for a posting to the New Zealand squadron, in which I now would have been an ex-member of 75 Squadron. But no, of course, I didn't get to that. I got to Swanton Morley. Had a hell of a job to find out where it was.
So you were commissioned then. You were a commissioned officer by that stage. So what was your rank then?
And I was pilot officer, and having completed the specialist training course,
Right.
I must tell you about the factor in that too. I had been trained in aircraft electrics,
Yes.
and I had applied to go to 75 Squadron in New Zealand.
Yes.
And I was sent to Swanton Morley. I was staying with friends in Scotland at the time. He was working in local government, and he managed to look up his records to find out where the hell Swanton
Where it was, where you were going. So tell me, what rank were you when you went to Swanton? Just tell me what rank.
Pilot officer.
You were pilot officer.
So I set off to go to Swanton, and you always go to London and catch the train from there. And in it were a couple of Air Force officers
Yeah.
who came from this station, and I said, "Who's your electrical officer?" Oh, they said, "We haven't got one. He was posted to Tactical Air Force." Here we are,
Yes.
second front coming
Yes.
into it.
Yes,
He'd
exactly.
been posted from the station to join in the 2nd Tactical Air Force, which was to support the invasion.
Right.
So then I realised that, as it were, with the eggshell still sticking to me, straight out of the course, I was going to be electrical engineer.
Goodness, yes.
And
Yeah. And did you realise at that stage that you too may be involved in the second invasion, in the invasion, or not?
no, hadn't any idea,
No,
hadn't thought of it.
no,
In fact,
right.
quite clearly not.
No.
Now, let me tell you this bit, that arriving at this station, where I would be the officer in charge of the instrument and the electrical section. I was also in charge of the girls who charged the batteries, and who had an extra milk ration to make up for their exposure to sulfuric acid.
Oh, really?
And here was I, going to each one of these sections would probably be headed by an RAF permanent, probably old enough to be my father, and here was I going in to be the officer in charge of them. Not only that, a colonial and thoroughly ignorant of English custom, and a wonderful chance. They were rearming with American aircraft. And American aircraft were electrically very similar to their motor car industry, which as a New Zealander, I was familiar with American motor cars. So I'd end up at this station where those flight sergeants and warrant officers who I would have had to take charge of were totally baffled at these new aircraft. They didn't know about how to work it. Well, as I say, I was familiar with American motor car.
So that's marvellous that you could do that.
So we had a wonderful arrangement where they kept me straight for RAF procedure and not to make a fool of myself or get at cross purposes with the system. And I sorted them out technically.
Yeah, marvellous. And did that work?
Oh,
Was it a good
marvellous.
relationship?
Good
and
relationship.
And did you get on with them?
Oh, fine.
Right. And so did you find that there was more, if you like, collegial respect there than you had experienced before?
I think I proved it in solving problems for them.
Yes.
And that,
So
you know, that was a wonderful relief for me
it must have been.
to fit in there.
Tell me about transferring to HQ because and joining 60 Group, because that's quite important. Did you know then what you were letting yourself in for?
No. Now what happens is that in the Air Force in particular, but I think this applied in all the armed services in England, they had people going around continually cross-examining people on their qualifications, and they would have a list of the people that would come. So I got interviewed once to go into engine research, which wasn't really my cup of tea, although it was an area I was qualified. But then I had some team come around, you know, from the all hires, and I explained my situation. "Oh, God," he said, "we've got just the place for you. They've just established in the radar headquarters an electrical engineering section because the new mobile radar is having a lot of electrical engineering problems with turning gear."
So was this 60 group?
This is what they're referring to.
Yes.
The group that ran ground radar in England had established a new section.
Yes. And was that called 60 group? Was that what 60 group was?
No, 60 group was a group under a group captain.
Right.
Or was probably under a wing commander.
Right.
And it was the group that did the administration of all radar stations around the coast.
I understand.
As distinct from airborne radar.
Right, I understand, yes.
Different thing. So when I went to 60 Group, we were dealing with radar stations all around the coast up in Scotland and even over on some of the islands. And I would be sent off to solve some problem somewhere, travel by car, weren't allowed to drive ourselves, so I had to have a WAF driver. I see somewhere I've noted that made life a bit more interesting.
Yes, that's interesting. So you had WAF drivers. Did you sit in the back or the front?
Oh, you sat in front.
You sat in the front?
Yeah, and if you got a good one, she would allow me to plot our way across country with a map.
Oh, did she?
And I should say there was one WAF driver who was known as the Duchess. She was a very superior lady. I didn't get on with the Duchess, but my boss, who was a hard case Australian, pretty well married her.
Did he really? Goodness.
I really put my nose out of joint.
And took her back to Australia?
I don't know.
Goodness.
That.
Goodness. All right. Tell me just a little bit about in the time immediately before D-Day, because we need to get onto that now. So we're in late May 1944.
Yep. And we had a major operation at a station called Truly Hill, which was on the south coast.
How would you spell Truly Hill?
Truleigh.
Right, Truly Hill, yes. So you were at a major operation at Truly Hill.
It had successfully shot down attacking enemy. This is a fighter director station, where you directed the fighters at night to attack the approaching enemy.
Yes.
On 2 successive nights, it had shot down a raider.
Tell me about transferring to HQ and joining 60 Group, because that's quite important. Did you know then what you were letting yourself in for?
No. Now what happens is that in the Air Force in particular, but I think this applied in all the armed services in England, they had people going around continually cross-examining people on their qualifications, and they would have a list of the people that would come. So I got interviewed once to go into engine research, which wasn't really my cup of tea, although it was an area I was qualified. But then I had some team come around, from the all hires, and I explained my situation. "Oh, God," he said, "we've got just the place for you. They've just established in the radar headquarters an electrical engineering section, because the new mobile radar is having a lot of electrical engineering problems with turning gear."
So was this 60 Group?
This is what they're referring to.
Yes.
The group that ran ground radar in England had established a new section.
Yes. And was that called 60 Group? Was that what 60 Group was?
No, 60 Group was a group under a group captain.
Right.
Or was probably under a wing commander.
Right.
And it was the group that did the administration of all radar stations around the coast.
I understand.
As distinct from airborne radar.
Right, I understand, yes.
Different thing. So when I went to 60 Group, we were dealing with radar stations all around the coast, up in Scotland, and even over on some of the islands. And I would be sent off to solve some problem somewhere, travel by car, weren't allowed to drive ourselves, so I had to have a WAF driver. I see somewhere I've noted that made life a bit more interesting.
Yes, that's interesting. So you had WAF drivers. Did you sit in the back or the front?
Oh, you sat in front.
You sat in the front?
Yeah, and if you got a good one, she would allow me to plot our way across country with a map.
Oh, gee.
And I should say there was one WAF driver who was known as the Duchess. She was a very superior lady. I didn't get on with the Duchess. But my boss, who was a hard case Australian, pretty well married her.
Did he really? Goodness.
I really put my nose out of joint.
And took her back to Australia?
I don't know.
Goodness.
That.
Goodness. All right. Tell me just a little bit about in the time immediately before D-Day, because we need to get onto that now. So we're in late May 1944.
Yep. And we had a major operation at a station called Truly Hill, which was on the south coast.
How would you spell Truly Hill?
Truleigh.
Right, Truly Hill, yes. So you were at a major operation at Truly Hill.
It had successfully shot down attacking enemy air. This is a fighter director station, where you directed the fighters at night to attack the approaching enemy.
Yes.
On 2 successive nights, it had shot down a raider found a fighter director station where you directed the fighters
Yes.
at night to attack the approaching enemy.
Yes. Tape identification. This is an interview with Edward Hitchcock, Hitchcock, also known in fact as Ned, Ned, which we should have said on tape 1. This is side 3 of the interview with Ned Hitchcock, recorded on the 13th of September 2004 at his home in Christchurch. The interviewer is Alison Parr, and the interview was for the D-Day Oral History Project. Now we're talking about just in the months before D-Day, May 44, you were at Truly Hill, and there'd been successful shooting down of radar.
I was from 60 Group, and I travelled to Truly Hill for a problem. And the turning gear on the station there, as I was saying, is shot down on 2 successive nights a radar, and what was happening then was the Germans had developed the technique of sending in a plane at night very low over the sea, which at that stage our equipment couldn't pick it up. When it got within range of the local radar, it would immediately climb right through that radar until it was above.
Very steeply.
So that the radar people would only see that blip appear suddenly and then disappear. With the German plane then high up, it would then dive, particularly on the sea coast, and drop its bombs and be away at high speed at sea level. And these were essentially nuisance raids, but they were concerning the authorities because of it was damaging civilian morale.
So you were sent there to try to sort this out?
Yes.
And was it when you were there that you were that the suggestion was that you could take part in the invasion?
I'll just go on to that. I travelled down. We changed the turntable on which by this time it was centimetre radar, the very latest, long way ahead of German. And I travelled back by train, and in the train there were 2 sailors, and we got talking, and I discovered that they were all set up for going in this landing to launch the second front. And of course, I don't know whether the second front had been a topic for a long time, because the Russians had been pressuring the Allies to relieve pressure on the Russian front by establishing our second front. And of course there had to be a second front to deal with the German successes.
Should those sailors have been talking about that with you?
Ah, well, you were both under military discipline, so that was
So you met them?
We met them, and we talked about this and what was likely to happen to them. And I remember thinking, terrific, here they are sitting in a train talking to me, and just ahead of them they've got this fantastic operation in which they'll be launched on the French coast against enemy forces and everything else. And I dismissed that from my mind. Wasn't in my territory at all. Got back to headquarters, got back to 60 Group, and I think I've got that in article, haven't I?
Mm.
Norman Best was a squadron leader.
How do you spell his name? B?
B-E-S-T.
Right, Norman Best, yes.
Norman Best. And he put his head inside my office. And I had an office where I worked when I wasn't travelling around.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Do you want to go into the invasion, Ned?" And I said, "Oh, that sounds good." That was it. And next morning he poked his head inside and said, "You better come down, we've got to go and pick up our kit."
So he was going too?
Yeah. And then he explained to me that the high-ups had decided that for the radar units that were going to be landed on the forefront of the invasion, that they would be under very considerable stress when they arrived, and they had decided that 2 experts should go in there for that critical start. One who was an expert in centimetre radar, which was very, very new and a bit temperamental, and the other one to do electrical engineering, which was power supplies, and turning gear, which there'd been a certain amount of trouble with, and so on. And as a squadron leader, he had his own car, and we drove down to a depot, and we collected various things. We were issued with assault-type respirators, which were American. They were contained in a rubber bag which folded over to be waterproof, and they strapped on your chest, and we didn't know, of course, that they were going to be excellent lifesavers that happened to be in the sea.
Mm.
However, we collected those.
What else was in that kit? What else was in the kit?
Oh, that was just the respirator.
Just the respirator. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now, what else did we get? Well, we were to be totally independent for 24 hours. Carried your own food and everything else. You weren't dependent on any support for 24 hours. You were on your own. And included in the issue were 2 condoms.
What did they expect you to do with those?
This was our introduction to the American war.
So this was the Americans you were getting this kit from, and you were going to go with the Americans.
Well, we learnt later that there were 2 radar units assigned to the invasion. One allocated to the British sector, the other one allocated to the American sector.
Do you want some water? Do you want to stop and have some water?
That's right, I'll just have a...
You sure? Okay, we'll just keep the tape going while you do that then. Because there's some water there, you don't want that. Okay.
I'm talking too much.
No, you're not. That's great.
And the point about this is, you'll see on the back of that book I read you,
Yes.
not many people would know that an RAF radar unit landed on Normandy beaches on D-Day. And of course this is true. What the hell were 2 radar units doing at the forefront of the invasion? Well, my deduction, for which I have no authority except my own reading, was that Rommel, General Rommel, who the New Zealanders knew well, of course, from the Middle East, had been put in charge of French defences all along the coast. And he had made it very clear, didn't make any secret of it, that he believed the way to cope with the seaborne invasion was to beat them on the beaches. Don't let them get established. And I think that had been read as an all-out German counterattack on D night.
Yeah.
And what we found was there was an elaborate establishment of these fighter director units that could direct night fighters and have a defence at night against attack. And some of these units were mounted onto LSTs, quite large ships. And I was actually involved at one stage in discussing with them the mounting of radar on these ships, which I didn't know was for the invasion. And the idea was that these controllers could bring the fighters down from back in England, direct them from where they were anchored, and hand them over to our units established ashore. And I'm sure this was to get night fighters to defend against this
The expected counterattack.
I have no authority for that. I haven't seen anyone else suggest. But that must have been, I believe, the explanation as to why they should have thought it was worthwhile landing one of our units consisting of various trucks and most cumbersome outfit to launch on the front of an invasion.
So you were the RAF, but you were with an American unit, American soldiers who were going to be landing
because the Americans had no equivalent of this. This was a British development, night fighter control, and the Americans had no equivalent.
Right.
So this was a British radar unit seconded to the Americans to fill in the gap in their defence.
Right. Now, just before we go on with that, tell me a little bit, because it does become important later. When you were with Group 60, you had a keep fit regime, didn't you? Did you have to go on nightly runs?
No, I chose.
You chose
to go on nightly runs because there was no point in sitting in an office. Even my travelling wasn't really much exercise. In fact, that was even worse because you didn't have any regularity. So the landowner nearby our headquarters had a family estate, and it was called Stockgrove Park. And he approached our CO and said, I should be very happy if your officers, no doubt, should feel free to use Stockgrove Park. And so here was it, a lovely English parkland, and I could come in from the office. In the English system, of course, you would have afternoon tea at 4 o'clock, and then your dinner would be at 8. And so you had this curious thing that you had a cup of tea towards the end of the afternoon, and then if you got back to the mess you had to hang around till 8 o'clock before you got your food. Anyway, that was very convenient because I could put on shorts and running shoes and go and do my couple of miles around Stock Grove Park, which was beautiful surroundings. And I really feel that had a lot to do with my ability to swim ashore.
Yeah. So I mean, you were fit. You were physically fit at that time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So tell me about when did you and Norman Best went down and picked up the kit, and then when did you meet the Americans? When did you actually join them, the people that you were going to be with?
Well, now we were assigned to Camp D2. Now, I've really forgotten the terms, but they really were reception areas established on the coast to which the units who were going to land went there for final check and waterproofing, and you were sufficiently near the coast then to do a quick run down to your embarkation point. So we then reported to Camp D2, and it was an American-run camp because this was in the American sector as we were going to be. And it was an experience. All over the camp there would be a couple of American soldiers practicing baseball throwing a ball backwards and forward. The discipline was very strict. To try and conceal it from the air, you could only walk on designated footpaths. Apparently a shortcut is so wonderfully visible from the air, it gives away all sorts of secrets. Of course, it was very strict on rubbish, absolutely nothing to be left anywhere. And the meals were superb. A terrible, really awful lot of fried food and roast pork and things like that. But we survived.
But when you say the food was good, was it better than you'd been having in the RAF bases?
Oh, not better. I think the RAF food was scientifically designed and it was simple. No, this was pretty rich American food with a lot of it, I say, the pork. So it was very pleasant for a change after the RAF limitations. But there again, I must just stop on this one. It depended on the catering officer.
Yes.
We had a catering officer at one stage who was ex-Lions food chain.
Oh, really?
And he really knew his stuff. And he sometimes had salmon flown down from Scotland.
Really? Because that's officers' food, isn't it?
And in the mess, if you went in and announced any complaints, there'd be a little ripple of laughter. The idea that there should be any complaint for the food that he was... So he did that as well for the men.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
So it did depend a bit on the ingenuity of the officer. Yeah.
So the food, so the American food was different. Did you get to talk to many of the Americans? Did you have any conversations with them?
Well, not really. Everybody was very busy. They were totally puzzled as to what the hell we were doing there.
Yeah.
So, you know, there was that oddity that they couldn't know or imagine what we were doing there. And of course we couldn't say because it was all, and it was a very great embarrassment being part of a secret operation.
Was it? Did you find it embarrassing, did you?
Well, you always had to, well, people wanted to know what you were doing, and you had to very carefully devise something that didn't give anything away. And of course, that's where, I don't know whether you've got somewhere, the British called it RDF. And the explanation of that was that RDF, radio direction finding, was well established. Everybody knew all about it, so that if you were going to be an RDF mechanic, as I was first, there was a wonderful term for it because, you know, any enemy getting hold of it, oh, that's familiar stuff. Now, when the Americans came in, and by that time, of course, radar was a bit more known, wasn't quite such a dead secret. They added to radio, RAD, they added and ranging. That's how the word radar
came about, right, of course, yes.
And of course, that was the giveaway, because RDF didn't have any mention that we could tell how far people were. We could only tell what angle they were. So it was, the RDF was a very clever code name.
It disguised the real meaning.
Which didn't give away anything.
Now, you were given, you had to have a different form of dress, didn't you? Were you given a different form of dress in preparation for the landing by the Americans? Tell me about that.
We were issued with blue battle dress, which had been impregnated with chemicals to make it resist anti-gas. And I suppose this must come down to the, I can't remember whether it was to you or somebody else, where people were talking about your apprehension about what lay ahead. And I said that my defence was that I didn't have too much imagination. And Jane corrected that and said, no, it was your ability to control your thoughts. And this is very true, really. But to have this issue, which your dress was full of anti-gas, it was terribly stiff and horrible to wear. And it was a reminder that we didn't know what Hitler was going to do, and last-moment desperation against a successful invasion. And gas was only one of them, of course. The one that lay at the back of my mind was the British defence against invasion, when they were going to pump oil onto the sea and set fire to it. So, sitting at the background, there was always this slight concern about what was going to happen. And you got little reminders like, the gas-impregnated clothing about it all the time. And therein lies the one that I had better mention at this stage, that this was issued in blue. Now, all the ground forces of the RAF that operated in conjunction with Army were dressed in khaki, so there shouldn't be any difficulty. When we were collecting our stuff, the Air Force stores were in chaos because they were calling in blue. No, they were calling in khaki and reissuing blue. The word that what was happening with those people who always know the secrets of what's happening, that some high up had said, the Air Force goes into battle in blue. And that because of that they were calling in khaki and reissuing blue. So our landing gear, which of course by the time we landed had most of the stuff washed out of it by the sea. And this is where we record that when we, this little handful of RAF landing in the middle of the American sector, and we were on shore the morning after, not quite sure whether it was all a failure because there didn't seem to be too many people around.
We'll talk about that when we get to it.
And,
but you were in blue and stood out a bit.
We were in blue. And the American commander said, I cannot guarantee that my men won't mistake you for Germans because your blue is too similar to German field grey, particularly if you've got a bit of dust on it. And this is the American system. They were able to take us, this is, shortly after the landing, they had sufficient equipment to invite us to equip ourselves with khaki, and we suddenly transformed ourselves into Americans.
After you'd landed, you changed into khaki?
Yes, this is on the morning after.
How amazing. Goodness. But going over, you were in blue. What else were you given? You had the anti-gas, the impregnated battle dress, and was that was all over, was it? Arms and legs?
Yes,
the
that
whole
was
thing.
just ordinary battle dress.
Yes. And then they also gave you a map, an escape map. Tell me about the escape map.
Oh yes, I've got that somewhere.
Have you?
Yes.
What did they tell you to do with that if you were caught?
You were supposed to sew it in your undergarments. I can't remember whether you probably didn't get any instruction.
So you didn't really have any training about what to do with that escape map?
No.
And what did it have? Did it have a route that you could take from where you were going to be landed?
Well, it was a very primitive, bare bones map that I suppose it would be a great help if you were trying to find your way out from occupied territory. And of course this was the big difference. It was occupied territory and you did have, as it were, friendly originals who would help say your escape was possible, as opposed to German prisoners of war in England had no one to help them.
How do you mean? Who would you have had to help you? When you say friendly originals, who do you mean?
Oh, your French
Oh, I see. You mean
It's occupied.
I see what you mean. Yes, of course. Yes. You
You've
mean
got the original
you mean the
inhabitants
French
who are your
civilians.
friends.
I'm with you. Yes, I'm with you.
And
Was that a comfort to know that there was going to be that they were the people living there would be on your side?
Because you know, they had all these escape routes and they had safe houses, and this was the great thing about the RAF who were shot down in France. They had every chance of getting back to England.
How was your French?
Oh, my French was only the survival of school French, and I don't know why I didn't borrow some French books or something, but you know, I could have borrowed from friends, but I had nothing, no refresher. I lost my American issue French.
They gave you an issue.
They gave us, that was one of the things we did get.
What, a phrase book or something?
A phrase book of French and German.
And they also gave you a revolver.
Oh, yes. Now, you're reminding me more than I remember.
Tell me about the revolver.
Well, I understand that the revolver was not suitable. It was a 45, a Colt 45. Now, the normal revolvers that officers had was a .38. And those, you know, those people who always knew everything said, oh no, the Germans won't like you if you've got a 45 because that is really man-wounding. So I don't know, anyway, it never came to the test. The only thing about being a 45, we couldn't get any ammunition. American system. They were able to take us, this is, you know, shortly after the landing, they had sufficient equipment to invite us to equip ourselves with khaki, and we suddenly transformed ourselves into America.
After you'd landed, you changed into khaki.
Yes, this is on the morning after.
How amazing. Goodness, but going over, you were in blue. What else were you given? You had the anti-gas, the impregnated battle dress, and was that was all over, was it? Arms and legs?
Yes,
the
that
whole
was
thing.
just ordinary battle dress.
Yes, and then they also gave you a map, an escape map. Tell me about the escape map.
Oh yes, I've got that somewhere.
Have you?
Yes.
What did they tell you to do with that if you were caught?
You were supposed to sew it in your undergarments. I can't remember whether you probably didn't get any instruction.
So you didn't really have any training about what to do with that escape map?
No.
And what did it have? Did it have a route that you could take from where you were going to be landed?
Well, it was a very primitive, bare bones map, but I suppose it would be a great help if you were trying to find your way out. from occupied territory. And of course this was the big difference. It was occupied territory, and you did have, as it were, friendly originals who would help say your escape was possible, as opposed to German prisoners of war in England had no one to help them.
How do you mean? Who would you have had to help you? When you say friendly originals, who do you mean?
Oh, your French.
Oh, I see. You mean I see what you mean. Yes, of course. Yes. You mean
got the original inhabitants.
You mean the French civilians.
Friends.
I'm with you. Yes, I'm with you.
And
was that a comfort to know that there was going to be that they were the people living there would be on your side?
Because they had all these escape routes, and they had safe houses, and this was the great thing about the RAF who were shot down in France. They had every chance of getting back to England.
How was your French?
Oh, my French was only the survival of school French, and I don't know why I didn't borrow some French books or something, but I could have borrowed from friends, but I had nothing, no refresher. I lost my American issue French.
They gave you an issue.
They gave us. That was one of the things we did get.
What, a phrase book or something?
A phrase book of French and German.
And they also gave you a revolver.
Oh yes. Now, you're reminding me more than I remember.
Tell me about the revolver.
Well, I understand that the revolver was not suitable. It was a 45, a Colt 45. Now, the normal revolvers that officers had was a .38. And those people who always knew everything said, oh no, the Germans won't like you if you've got a 45, because that is really man-wounding. So I don't know, anyway, it never came to the test. The only thing about being a 45, we couldn't get any ammunition. It never came to the test. The only thing about being a 45, we couldn't get any ammunition.
Tape identification. This is side 4 of an interview with Ned Hitchcock. So what you had a little bit of ammunition for your
They gave me
revolver.
a few rounds when they issued the revolver, but it meant that I didn't have any practice at firing this revolver.
That's what I was going to ask you. Did you have any training at all?
No.
Had you ever used a gun before?
Oh, well, of course, I was familiar with our standard British short magazine Lee Enfield, SMLE, which of course was dating from the First World War.
Where had you had experience with that?
Well, now, this is something that's worth recording, that we had a very powerful influence encouraging people to learn how to shoot. So there was a system which gave us a personal issue of a 303.
Where was this?
This is in Christchurch, just the time at the beginning of it was probably before the end of the war, so I had a personal 303 rifle standing in my house, and I once took it on a deer shooting expedition. So in cadets we had a lot of gun firing.
Oh, so this was at school, in school cadets?
The gun was a personal one.
Ah, yes, I see.
I don't think it was part of the school cadets.
No, but you're talking about it when you were a teenager.
Yeah.
Right, I'm with you.
In the school cadets.
Yes, yes.
We then had, we went down to Red Cliffs and we fired into that valley. So you were taught firing.
Yeah.
And I wasn't too bad at it. I actually represented the university at the annual tournament.
Really?
For rifle shooting.
Goodness. But you had the Air Force given you any training in using a revolver or a rifle or any kind of weapon at all?
No.
Oh. So when you were handed this revolver, it was, did you try it out?
No, I didn't ever fire it in either anger or in quiet.
Do you think you would have used it?
Oh, I think so. I knew how you did it, and you held it out like this. I gather the 45 would have a bit of a kick too.
Yeah. But you could imagine when it was given to you, you could imagine that you would use it if the need arose.
Yep. And of course the need didn't arise. We didn't get into any hand-to-hand combat.
No, that's right. But was that, you talked before about when you were given when you were first given the impregnated suit, and that kind of gave you a sense that you were going to an unknown kind of conflict. Did the revolver give you a similar... Did being given a revolver have a similar effect on you?
Oh, well, now that was normal. You see, that wasn't abnormal.
I see.
Like a gas impregnation.
Right, I understand.
The revolver was definitely normal, and one felt more complete about it. And
Complete, did you say?
Yes.
Yes.
You were in the military forces.
Now, what was the mission that you were given when you got there? But what I mean, we'll talk about what actually happened later. But what was before you left? What did you expect to do? What did you expect to happen? You expected to come off the landing craft?
Well, Norman Best and I were just seconded to join 15082, which was a Type 15 unit, which was a GCI unit.
Yes.
And its official number was 15082, and there were several other 15s around of various numbers, so there really were quite a lot of them scattered around, but we were the suckers who were going in at the front.
Right, so you were going to be the front one. Were you going to be one of the first ones off?
Yes.
And tell me what your vehicle was. Tell me what vehicle you were in.
Well, I was assigned for the landing to drive with the radio mechanic, who was Canadian and whose name was Muir Adair, which had me totally baffled because I couldn't really remember it. Well, it was odd.
And so you were going to be what, in the cab of the truck?
Yeah.
During the crossing? Or would you get into
For
that?
the landing.
For the landing. So you'd go and get into it for the landing?
Yeah. So when we were embarked, which was the idea of going from D2 to a nearby landing pad, it had to be short distance because the engines were waterproof, and then they tended to overheat, so you had to stop every now and again to keep them cool. And then on that journey, it was all done so that you would arrive, your boat would be there, you would go straight on and not...
To the beach? Was that it? You would go straight on to the beach?
You straight onto your boat.
I beg your pardon, straight onto the boat.
Which would be up on the beach.
Yes.
And the idea was you weren't hanging around, partly for security, as presumed they didn't want the enemy to see this happening, and partly if there was a counterattack, you would be sitting ducks.
It was an Austin you were in, wasn't it?
Yeah, an Austin 3-tonner. 6 wheels, and definitely a civilian vehicle.
Did it have any markings on it at all that were military?
Oh, we had a big roundel on the side of it, as you saw in my sketch.
And
but otherwise it was just a sort of, camouflage, neutral sort of thing.
Yeah. So the idea was that, what were your expectations of what that landing would be like? Can you remember before it actually happened? What did you expect it was going to be like?
Well, I was stupid, really. It wasn't just lack of imagination, it was stupidity. But all these boys who had been serving around and having practiced sea landings, they all knew about wrapping everything up. I took no precautions. It never occurred to me that I might lose all my gear, come ashore with nothing.
So the Americans had been having that training in landing?
Well, these mobile units, the one we were attached to, had been training, hanging around the hedges and ditches of England, being trained as a mobile unit for the second front.
But you hadn't been part of that training?
No, I'd been in 60 group in the lap of luxury.
So did you, retrospectively, were you unprepared, really, in terms of training?
Yes. And I mean, you were being swept along. You didn't really have anyone to talk to or ask about. And of course we were totally abnormal. 2 officers from 60 Group seconded to join a unit that they looked at you up and down, so what the hell are you doing?
Mm.
And I gather there was a certain amount of resentment about us coming.
From the Americans, from the men?
No, from it's a British unit we were
Yes.
with.
Oh, you were with, I beg your pardon. Oh, I see. You mean the unit. Right. You joined a British unit who was going to be part. Right.
15082.
I'm with you. Yes, I
was a
see.
Type 15 unit,
Right.
which was a GCI, a ground
Yes.
control of interception, of which, as I say, there were many around.
Right. And so that was a British unit that was going with an American landing craft.
Yeah.
I see.
And we were assigned to the Americans
Yeah.
because at the top level they offered this service to the Americans because they hadn't got an equivalent
Yes, I see.
developed.
Yeah. So really, I mean, it sounds as if it was almost a last-minute thought to put you two into this unit, was it?
Well, it was, really.
No, with no training for that kind of landing? When you think of the preparation that everyone else had gone through for it.
Oh, well, they were so confident in our capability.
Yeah.
They must have been.
Yeah.
But as you imagine, you see, it was all totally abnormal. Nobody else knew about it. When you went to draw equipment, someone there apparently didn't know enough to hand out the stuff. But for the rest of the time, we were never formally introduced to the unit we were attached to.
Extraordinary.
I didn't even learn the name of the commanding officer. But of course, I was totally outclassed by Squadron Leader Best. So whenever we went there, he was the man, a senior officer at very high level.
What was your rank at that stage?
I was a flight lieutenant.
You were a flight lieutenant, yeah. And you wouldn't have had time to make any friendships then with the rest of the unit?
No.
No.
I made a friend out of my Canadian driver only because we survived such an ordeal
Together.
And I re-established contact with him because we went across to various D-Day celebrations, and there I met a Canadian who learnt of my story, and back in Canada tracked Muradir down and put me in touch.
How fantastic.
So I'm now in touch with him, not very well.
Goodness, that's amazing, isn't it?
But I've got a little
We can find it later.
block here of paper.
At what stage did you know that you were heading for Omaha Beach?
I don't know that we ever knew. And of course, I think we must have known it was Omaha and not Utah, because there was another unit allocated to Utah Beach. But I mean, they didn't mean anything to us.
No, that's right. Did you have any sort of farewell Was there any kind of acknowledgement that you were going? Was there any sort of farewell party before you went or anything like that?
Yes, we had a very nice farewell party at 60 group.
Did you?
And the WAF officers made us up little rank badges. The idea was that you slipped these off when you were exposed to sniper fire, because we all knew that snipers pick out the officers.
Oh, really? What? So they made badges that you could take off?
So these, you had epaulets, and these were a little ring with the two stripes of flight lieutenant rank, and that just slipped on. And those lovely WAF officers did all that.
Isn't that marvellous? Yeah. What else happened? I mean, what was that party like? Did you have any? Were there any musicians in your group?
That touches on a point. They made me sing Waltzing Matilda, and as Joan knows, I can't sing. And at that party, I sang Waltzing Matilda right through, which was terrible. I hadn't got any New Zealand one.
No, isn't that funny? So did they think they thought Australians and New Zealanders were the same, did they?
No distinction.
Oh. And was there a piano? Did you have a piano? And was it held in the mess, the party?
Oh, in the mess. Yeah. Oh yes, it was very civilised.
Yeah. And did other people sing as well? Other songs?
No, I don't know what it was. I think someone must have made a sort of bet that they'd get Ned to sing Waltzing Matilda.
Uh-huh. Do you remember any music from that time? Other songs that bring back memories for you, or not?
Well, I suppose the wartime songs all tended to be that way. It was just a bit different for me because not having yet met Joan, I didn't really have anyone close to me that I was concerned with. I mean, my parents were really the other side of the world.
Yes.
I was a bit detached from them. And
did you write to them?
Yes, tried to keep them in touch.
And you had letters from them?
Yes.
Did you enjoy getting those? Were they important to you, or?
Oh yes, it was good.
We're going to finish soon. We're nearly going to finish. Thank you very
much. It was
much.
good being in touch.
Yes. Yeah. And what about? I haven't asked you about alcohol. Did you get alcohol at the in Group 60 in the base? Did you have alcohol in the mess?
Oh yes. It wasn't like the troop ships where Eisenhower, as the Supreme Commander, said that there would be no alcohol on troop ships. No, the officers' mess was a good British thing.
So what was your drink?
Well, I can go back to the very first time when I was commissioned and in borrowed trousers, because my trousers my uniform hadn't yet been made, and I reported to my first RAF station as an officer, and I was conducted into the mess, and I sat down, and a steward came up and said, "What will you have to drink?" And I didn't really know about that, so I I ordered, what did I order? I think I must have ordered a gin and tonic. I must have heard about that. And he brings along your little miss chit, and you sign that, and you suddenly realise this new world you've got into. Someone comes and asks you if you want a drink, and all you do is to sign a chit. And of course, we knew from stories and everything else how you had to be careful of the mess chits adding up. And, you know, the sudden contrast with life as an airman.
Had that been a bit more Spartan?
Oh, well, you were a private. You were right down at the bottom of a heap. And of course, I've told you about how in England they wouldn't even believe I had a degree. Because if I had a degree, I wouldn't have been at the bottom of the heap.
So your feelings, we'll stop any minute now, but just before we stop for lunch, you had the farewell party before you left Group 60, and then how long were you with the unit for before you actually embarked for D-Day?
Well, as I say, Best as a squadron leader and Wealthy had a car. We drove down to his car down to the south coast. He knew somebody there and left the car with them, and we reported to Camp D2. And D2 was a reception camp, which is where we would have our waterproofed vehicles and where we would go in convoy, where our vehicles would be waiting for us on the beach, ready for us to, on the beach or there might be a special ramp, depending on your luck, and we would then back onto you had to back on so you could come off front ways, and this is where I learned commando vehicle control, which I think just before lunch I could just stand up and tell you about it.
Yes, you can. Well, can you leave that? You can leave that on because you can stand up with that on.
And
yes. Standing up now.
I haven't yet trained Joan quite to do this, but nearly.
We're doing commander vehicle control.
Oh. So you're loading a vehicle onto a landing craft.
Yes.
And that means go backwards.
Oh, so you're doing hand movements, yes.
Yeah. And that would be stop.
Yes.
And if you wanted them to come forward, they were perfectly obvious.
Yes.
But that meant turn your wheel to the right.
Right, that's the right arm up in the air, yes.
Yeah, and
the left arm.
Said that. And in effect, you drove the vehicle there. The driver fixed his eyes on you and did what he was told.
Yes.
He went faster if that was necessary, or he went slower, or he could stop. He could actually, so he had to back onto this, up this ramp, and the vehicle had to be parked very accurately because they had to be.
So just to clarify, just before we stop, you had your vehicle ready on the boat. How many? Did you have some days in that camp?
We joined Camp D2,
yes,
where we joined our vehicle.
I see. You joined the vehicles.
And then Camp D2 was arranged to be sufficiently near the coast
yes,
for us to drive there and that had to be accurately timed, as I say, so we weren't lying around the place waiting to embark.
Once you got the...
You drove down to the beach, and your vehicle was there, your boat was there, and you loaded them up, and that was it. So that was very strict.
Yes. And how long were you at D2 before D-Day?
That was a bit hard to remember because, of course, we didn't know when.
No, you wouldn't have. But were you there for some days?
And it would have been several days.
Was it? Yes. Enough time to see the Americans practicing baseball.
Yes, always.
Yeah. Okay.
And we, the coast was completely shut off.
Yes. The English coast.
Yes. I don't know how deep it was, but Camp D2 was in the sealed area, and nobody could move in or out because all the roads were controlled.
Were you allowed to make phone calls?
I don't know. Of course, that was, again, I was in a foreign country.
Yes, exactly. You wouldn't have been necessarily
wanting to. I wouldn't have been chasing phone calls.
Okay, well, shall we stop now and we'll pick it up on D-Day after lunch? Shall we do that?
Yes.
Right, now we've had lunch and we're back after lunch and we're going to embark on D-Day now. And you were, if we could just give the location, were you the US Army unit that you were with was on the Dorset coast, is that right?
Well, we started off from 60 Group.
Yes.
And Bess drove down to the south coast.
Yes.
And left his car.
Yes.
And we reported to Camp D2.
Yes.
Which was more Bournemouth way, really.
Right, was it? Yes. Yeah.
In the middle of that coast.
Yes.
We were quite near Poole.
Yes.
But quite near Bournemouth.
So on D-Day itself, of course, there was the false start on the 5th. What do you remember of that?
Well, that was terrible for us because we were the slow fleet. So we had started off the previous afternoon in order to be off the beaches by 6. And I woke up in the morning and I still had at that stage, that which I have now lost, a very good orientation of where I am. And the land was going past this way. We were heading in towards the land.
Could you see through a porthole?
Oh,
or you got up?
Porthole? We were sleeping.
What were you on? Were you
on the deck underneath the vehicle.
That's what I needed to ask you. Exactly. So you weren't on any sort of. You weren't on you weren't on a large ship and going to disembark onto another one.
LCT.
You were on an LCT right from the start. Yes.
Which has no accommodation at all. You're there on the deck. And
how would you manage to go to sleep?
Well, I had a blanket. And I leant against the rolled-up camouflage net, which was underneath the vehicle. And I went to sleep.
What sort of sailor are you?
Very good.
Are you? Obviously, because that was a very rough cross. That was a rough night, wasn't it?
No, I've always enjoyed the sea and never had a worry, and occasionally in the old days when the Maori was on the inter-island run, that was very lively.
Yes, that would have been lively. Lovely, that's right.
So I've always prided myself on my ability to cope.
So you woke up that morning expecting to see the French coast,
Yep.
and you saw land going past that looked familiar.
Well, it was going past in the wrong direction.
Yes.
Anyway, we sailed back into, I think it was Portland Harbour, and anchored. And I borrowed a dinghy from somewhere and enjoyed myself rowing around the harbour. There was, of course, a bit of a worry why it and what it was, because I don't think we were ever told quite clearly it was postponed because of the weather. I think there was a bit of a hidden worry there as to what it could be, or whether there'd been some major failure of some kind. However, we survived that, and we set off again that afternoon because I say we were a slow fleet.
Tell me, when you were setting off, I know you've talked about, your lack of imagination and that sort of thing, but what was your sense of what you were going to at that point, when you knew that this was it?
I think that's where Joan's suggestion is thought control. I didn't really ponder over it in my mind. Control.
Okay, well, shall we stop now and we'll pick it up on D-Day after lunch? Shall we do that?
Yeah.
Right, now we've had lunch and we're back after lunch and we're going to embark on D-Day now. And you were, if we could just give the location, were the US Army unit that you were with was on the Dorset coast, is that right?
Well, we started off from 60 Group,
Yes,
and Bess drove down to the south coast
yes,
and left his car,
yes,
and we reported to
yes,
Camp D2,
yes,
which was more Bournemouth way, really,
right, was it? Yes, yeah,
in the middle of that coast.
yes,
We were quite near Poole,
yes.
but quite near Bournemouth.
So on D-Day itself, of course, there was the false start on the 5th. What do you remember of that?
Well, that was terrible for us because we were the slow fleet. So we had started off the previous afternoon in order to be off the beaches by 6. And I woke up in the morning and I still had at that stage, that which I have now lost, a very good orientation of where I am. And the land was going past this way. We were heading in towards the land. And
Could you see through a porthole?
Oh,
Or you got up?
porthole. We were sleeping
What were you on? Were you
on
sleep-
the deck underneath the vehicle.
That's what I needed to ask you. Exactly. So you weren't on any sort of, you weren't on a large ship and going to disembark
This is
onto
an
another one.
LCT,
You were on an LCT
Landing
right
craft
from the
tank.
start. Yes.
which has no accommodation at all. You're there on the deck, and
How would you manage to go to sleep?
Well, I had a blanket and I leant against the rolled up camouflage net which was underneath the vehicle. And I went to sleep.
What sort of sailor are you?
Very good.
Are you? Obviously, because that was a very rough cross. That was a rough night, wasn't it?
No, I've always enjoyed the sea and never had a worry. And occasionally in the old days when the Maori was on the inter-island run, that was very lively.
Yes, that would have been lively, that's right.
So I've always prided myself on my ability to cope.
So you woke up that morning expecting to see the French coast,
Yep.
and you saw land going past that looked familiar.
Well, it was going past in the wrong direction.
Yes.
Anyway, we sailed back into, I think it was Portland Harbour, and anchored. And I borrowed a dinghy from somewhere and enjoyed myself rowing around the harbour. There was, of course, a bit of a worry why it and what it was, because I don't think we were ever told quite clearly it was postponed because of the weather. I think there was a bit of a hidden worry there as to what it could be, or whether there'd been some major failure of some kind. However, we survived that and we set off again that afternoon because I say we were a slow fleet.
Tell me, when you were setting off, I know you've talked about, your lack of imagination and that sort of thing, but what was your sense of what you were going to at that point, when you knew that this was it?
I think that's where Joan's suggestion is thought control. I didn't really ponder over it in my mind.
You've talked about, your lack of imagination and that sort of thing, but what was your sense of what you were going to at that point, when you knew that this was it?
I think that's where Joan's suggestion is thought control. I didn't really ponder over it in my mind.
Tape identification. This is side 5 of an interview with Edward Hitchcock, Hitchcock, recorded at his home in Christchurch on the 13th of September 2004. The interviewer is Alison Parr. The tape is for the D-Day Oral History Project. And we were just talking at the end of the last side about your thoughts and feelings knowing that you were heading towards this much planned for invasion, and you were saying that you felt that that you lacked that imagination, or you lacked the imagination? You lacked the...
Joan corrected that to say it was thought control. I didn't allow my thoughts to run, which is expressed a bit by Jane's elder sister, when she used to joke about her susceptibility to thinking, wouldn't it be awful if... And that is to do with being positive, I think.
So do you think, you said just before the tape ended that you felt it offered you some protection?
Yes, well, I'm sure it did.
Did you have any sense of excitement?
Well, I'm not a person who gets excited over things. On the other hand, it was incredibly interesting. And, you know, it was an unbelievably busy world, which everything was happening. And of course, the invasion ahead of us was the great unknown. And I think the thought control is the key to that.
When you were on the landing craft, where you were sleeping and waiting and travelling across in the fleet, with the fleet, you had American soldiers around you, or was it just your unit there on that landing craft?
On the landing craft, that was ours.
That was yours.
We had 5 landing craft allocated to us.
Right.
So the only Americans we had were the crew. And they kept themselves well out of the way.
Did they? In what sense? How do you mean?
Well, shall we say, on the British LCT, my colleague Norman Best got himself onto a British LCT. They were invited into the mess and sat around having drinks.
Oh, really?
We had no contact. I don't remember even seeing the Americans.
So you were left on the deck, basically, while the Americans were comfortably...
Yeah, I didn't even...
inside.
Can't remember about food, whether we had any... Must have had some food, I suppose.
Did the chaps around you talk at all about what was happening, or not really? What was the atmosphere like?
Well, we're into the military class distinction, of course. You know, there was the distinction between officers and men. You couldn't be companionable to an OR unless you knew him personally, or had, even then that might be frowned upon.
Did the men seem to be talking amongst themselves?
I don't remember. We were so thin on the ground, really, you see. There were probably 2 people to each vehicle, and we had, I think it was 5 vehicles aboard, so...
There weren't many of you?
As an individual, you really were on your own.
Your Canadian driver, what was he like? Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that I think this was a great help, because I think on the troop ships going into tough situations, the men all discussed it among themselves. Did I tell you the business of men being worried about their genitals?
No. Tell me about that.
And I think that must be something they discussed, and they So the Americans in particular had this fear and battle of having their genitals injured.
Really? And they'd talk about that?
Well, I must have caught on to it somehow. It might have just been by observation.
Mm. Did they have any expressions about that?
Well, I never had a talk to them.
No.
I've only make that observation.
Yes.
Very generally.
Mm. And did that fear pass on to you at all?
No, I mean that again is thought control.
Mm. Mm.
I think your thought control is defeated if you're in a large group like you would be on a troop ship.
I see what you mean. So it was easier to control your own thinking because there were fewer people and
we were on our own.
You could be independent. Yeah. Did you have your Canadian driver at the time? Did you talk with him at all?
Well, I can't quite remember when I met him. It could even be that I didn't know what vehicle I was going on.
No, I understand. So tell me what happened when you got within a certain distance of the coast. Describe to me what happened from the time you went to your vehicle.
Well, as I was explaining, we were just banged on. You found your own cosy corner to go to sleep. And I think the thought control had a wonderfully beneficial effect in that I slept on that deck under a blanket. And I woke up in the morning. I'm quite impressed with myself.
I'm quite impressed with you too. It's extraordinary. And then what happened?
Well, when I woke up, well, of course, the first time I woke up, we were going the wrong way.
Yes.
We sailed back into the harbour.
And then you did that a second time?
The second time, I woke up and I took that photograph.
Yes.
That you've seen there, the French coast at dawn.
Yes.
And we peered at the coast and tried to. There was a bit of smoke arising. Something had been happening on there. Now, some interesting things happened here. We were just one of the 5 vessels. Now, Norman Best was on a jeep with all the top-level people and the wing commanders and so on. And they were supposed to be the recce party that went ashore first. And there's some terribly subtle things went on here. For some reason or other, our boat went in first, and we approached the shore, and I noticed in my sketch of the shore there are a number of vehicles shown, and there was something going on with those vehicles. And as we approached, I saw this realism of war. There was an explosion and a man's figure went up in the air. You know, you've used the term blown up. And this is right in front of our eyes. Anyway, again, the people who know...
What did you think when you saw that?
Well, I must say that I didn't think I was greatly affected by it. It was just something that I saw. For thought control.
Goodness, it's really working, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, I didn't immediately say, God, that's me in a few minutes.
You didn't. And then what happened?
And then, when we were getting a bit near the shore, and I think perhaps I was getting a bit apprehensive, it is reputed that we had an observer, American observer on board, who had been in the landings in the Mediterranean and was assigned to this to be a general observer. And I gather he said, God, that beach hasn't been taken. The last thing they want ashore there is a gang of people with radio aerials. And he turned us around and we went out to sea again. And I'm quite sure that I felt greatly relieved. And we stood out to sea all day with the Navy firing over our heads and bombarding the shore.
What could you see on the shore?
You couldn't really see anything except the Learville clock tower. I think it was a clock tower on the administration building. All of a sudden that disappeared, and those who knew said, oh, well, that was being used as an artillery observation spot, so the Navy had disposed of it. Otherwise, there was nothing particularly much, I suppose. There always are a few fires burning.
So could you see fires, the odd fire?
I think you can just, there was nothing significant.
No.
Any more than the old days used to see fires on Canterbury Plain. It wasn't significant at all. And so we stood offshore. This is still D-Day, and the Navy, as I say, fired over our heads, and we could see the bursts ashore, although we were too far out really to see anything. And then I had another night sleeping on the deck, and we didn't have to set off because we were there. And at some stage next morning, we set off towards the shore.
How much had you had anything to eat?
I can't remember, but I would think, you remember that we were scheduled to be independent for 24 or 48 hours. I think that we were independent because there was no possibility on these boats of providing any food.
Right. So you would have had some biscuits or something like that, dried rations. K rations. Did you have K rations? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry. So you set off to shore.
And there was a boat that I could describe as a pilot boat, and it was tossing vigorously in the sea. And my impression is that the loud hailer said, "What wave are you?" Now, I didn't hear the reply to discover what wave I was, but it appeared to satisfy the pilot boat, and the voice said, "All right, in you go." So that was quite something and very much part of it. So we set off ashore, and I was in the cab with Muir.
So by this time you'd got into your vehicle?
Yeah, well, when we were near enough to the shore, the order was given to get in, start the engines, and I think that's when I first met the Canadian.
Is it?
Well, I hadn't known, you see,
No.
who I was going to be with. And so we sat in the cab, and you watched the vehicle in front of you start up and go down and away, and then it was our turn, and we did that.
How far out from the beach were you? From dry land?
Very hard to say. It was quite a distance.
So you knew you were going to have to drive through water?
Oh, it was a wet landing, yeah. And we plunged down the ramp into the water, and it was no problem. The waterproofing was working, and we chugged away and drove perfectly normally towards the shore. And then I think I have described it as being disconcerted that the water, instead of getting shallower, was getting deeper. And it came up in the cab. Inside the cab, you see, when it got to about our middle, and I was anticipating that the engine would give up at any time, and it stopped. And I was convinced it would never go again. And as I remember it, we sat there sort of paralysed, and I think once or twice I've written up the feelings of how could it possibly be that I, Ned Hitchcock, could be sitting in a stalled truck in deep water in a rising tide with nothing but an enemy-held beach ahead. And how the hell did this happen to me? And just at that moment, we had that wonderful incident, the Thornycroft, which was a really military and big vehicle and high above the water. As I say, it steamed past us with the bow wave, and that's when my journalist friend inserted his own idea that there was a wave that swamped the Austin.
Oh, this was in the press from a newspaper reporter had written this, yes, about your story.
Well, of course, there was no wave in that sense from it.
No.
He just churned past, and then of course he made the terrible brew saying the American driver. But of course they were passing us on the right as they should be, so it was a passenger on our side, and he reached up with a great big grin under his tin hat, and he
gave you the fingers
to us.
Yeah.
And this sort of broke the ice. We roared with laughter, and that gorgeous grinning face. And so I said to...
Would he have been English? Was he English?
Well, one of our crew.
It was one of your crew who did that?
Another one of our...
Right, I'm with you.
5 vehicles on board.
So it was one of your vehicles was going past.
So it was one of us.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he must have been a Cockney.
Yeah.
Because that was that derision.
Yeah, yeah.
The awful situation we were in. Anyway, I said to the Canadian, I'll wait ashore to where we had a rescue vehicle. It had cranes and winches. I said, I'll get a cable, bring it back, and they'll tow us in. So I waded ashore, got the cable.
Tell me what it was like wading ashore.
It was pretty good, you see. It was only up to our waist.
Oh, was it at that stage?
Sitting in the thing, so there wasn't any difficulty, and very soon I appeared to be in shallow water. And I dragged the cable back and hooked it onto the front, and I have an idea that the truck behind us, we all had cables front and rear permanently attached, and I think they must have whipped out and hooked themselves onto our tow hook at the stern, because eventually we began to move. And
did you get back in the cab by this stage? Yeah. Soaking wet.
Oh yeah.
What was happening on the beach at this time?
Well, as I remember, there didn't appear to be anything particular happening. I can't remember when we first came under shell fire, but you see, we were probably too far out. So, because we stalled where we did, and this is the thing that I wanted to comment on, this situation, the extraordinary chances that took place, that our stalling there probably saved our lives. Instead of being the disaster that I thought it was. Now, the interesting thing is looking at the photograph, which you remember.
Yes.
There are two burnt out wrecks of the Thornycroft. And it's every chance that my smiling friend was in that when it caught the shell fire. So what an extraordinary thing it was, the sheer chances of it happening, that after that glorious greeting he went on and had every chance that he was extinguished a few moments later. So that's a sobering thought that I've only really thought of since I've been going over this in my mind, because if we had gone ashore, we would have undoubtedly been picked off by German artillery.
So you're sitting in the cab and you've got the truck coupled up.
We've got it coupled up. We gradually move forward, and then we appear to stop. And then there was some agitation from the shore. I think people were indicating that they couldn't pull it any further. And what I think happened is that it was towing one truck, but when the second one took up, two of them was too much for the winch. And I omitted to say, of course, that when I got back and coupled it up, my driver wasn't there. And neither was the camera that I had entrusted to his.
Where did he go? Do you know?
This I don't know. I think I did tackle him, and
Later.
oh yes, post-war, when I first contacted him again. And I think the story was this, that he had the landing. He then took the remnants of the vehicle ashore, got the replacement vehicles that were lost, and he was in action doing his job as part of the army advance, because this control of night fighters was his job. And he went on then and was posted in various parts of France, maintaining this night fighter control. He got several awards from France.
What did you think when you got back to the truck and it was empty? He wasn't there.
Oh, I was totally baffled because there was nowhere to go, I thought.
Were you grumpy about it?
Oh, I was a bit disconcerted. I was very annoyed about the camera to be in that situation.
So because there was quite a lot of water in the cab by this stage, wasn't there?
Well,
when you got back?
yes,
Yeah.
but I think the camera, we'd put the camera up on a rack quite high.
So tell me, when it stopped, because it couldn't pull the two trucks, what did you do then?
Well, we sat and looked at each other.
So who was in the cab at that point?
No, of course he wasn't.
He wasn't there, was he? No.
I sat in the cab on my own, wondering what the hell to do next. Well, the tide was rising, and I don't think there was anything that I could do except sit there and feel the water rising. And when it got to the stage that the water was out of my depth, I think the Austin that we had an old-fashioned running board. And the running board was all right, but if you stepped off that, it was out of my depth. And that was when I realised that if I wanted to get ashore, there wasn't really anything else to be done. I would have to swim. And that's when I set off to swim ashore.
With all your gear on?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, I'm realising now that assault respirator strapped on my front was probably a great help. I can't remember now. I'm sure I must have had a life jacket of some sort on. So it wasn't too bad.
You think you did have a life jacket on?
Yes, I think it must have been a very lightweight. It wasn't a life jacket. It certainly wasn't balling me up for swimming.
Did your clothing get heavy?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I think it must have been the flotation of the respirator.
And the plastic wrap, or the wrapping it was in, the rubber wrapping it was in?
Oh, it's in the container.
It was in the container.
A sealed container.
Was that like a gas mask, this respirator? Is that what it was?
Yeah, a gas mask.
A gas mask, yes, okay. Were there any signs of wounded people around you at that time? What was it like?
Not until I was wading deep, and there was one of our team there, one of the officers was just in the water, lapping gently, and this is what I was explaining to Jane, that because I was a stranger in that group, I didn't even know him. He wasn't somebody that he was obviously an RAF uniform. He was obviously one of us.
Was he dead?
And he was hard to say whether he was injured. But he would have been probably drowned if he was injured more than he could recover.
You mean you couldn't see any wound?
No.
But he was obviously dead in the water.
He appeared to be, yeah.
Were there any other dead or wounded around that you could see?
Don't remember. any others.
No. How long did it take you to get from the truck to the beach, roughly? Was it a few minutes or longer?
Well, it must have been longer than a few minutes, because after all, I would have been very slow swimming.
How far was it, roughly? Have you got any idea of the distance?
Very hard to judge when you're down at water level.
Yeah.
And it was a grey morning. Wasn't much visibility.
Was there firing on the beach? Were you under fire?
Not until the shell fire got going.
When did that start?
And I think that started when they set on fire the 2 thornycroft's on the beach.
And was that by the time you got to the beach? Were you on the beach by the time that happened?
Well, as I remember it, the thornycrofts were burning fiercely as I came towards the shore, and that van vehicle was obviously exposed to fire. Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, I'm realising now that assault respirator strapped on my front was probably a great help. I can't remember now. I'm sure I must have had a life jacket of some sort on. So it wasn't too bad.
You think you did have a life jacket on?
Yes, I think it must have been a very lightweight. It wasn't a life jacket. It certainly wasn't balling me up for swimming.
Did your clothing get heavy?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I think it must have been the flotation of the respirator.
And the plastic wrap, or the wrapping it was in, the rubber wrapping it was in?
Oh, it's in the container.
It was in the container.
The sealed container.
Was that like a gas mask, this respirator? Is that what it was?
Yeah, a gas mask.
A gas mask, yes, okay. Were there any signs of wounded people around you at that time? What was it like?
Not until I was wading deep, and there was one of our team there, one of the officers was just in the water, lapping gently, and this is what I was explaining to Jane, that because I was a stranger in that group, I didn't even know him. He wasn't somebody that he was obviously in RAF uniform. He was obviously one of us.
Was he dead?
And he was hard to say whether he was injured. But he would have been probably drowned if he was injured more than he could recover.
You mean you couldn't see any wound?
No,
But he was obviously dead in the water.
it appeared to be, yeah.
Were there any other dead or wounded around that you could see?
Don't remember any others.
No. How long did it take you to get from the truck to the beach, roughly? Was it a few minutes or longer?
Well, it must have been longer than a few minutes, because after all, I would have been very slow swimming.
How far was it, roughly? You got any idea of the distance?
Very hard to judge when you're down at water level.
Yeah.
And it was a grey morning. Wasn't much visibility.
Was there firing on the beach? Were you under fire?
Not until the shell fire got going.
When did that start?
And I think that started when they set on fire the 2 Thornycrofts on the beach.
And was that by the time you got to the beach? Were you on the beach by the time that happened?
Well, as I remember it, the Thornycrofts were burning fiercely as I came towards the shore, and that van vehicle was obviously exposed to fire.
Tape identification. This is side 6 of an interview with Ned Hitchcock. There was an American soldier taken refuge where?
Under that van.
Was he wounded?
And I'm sure, I think he was wounded. Anyway, it looked as though the van would burst into flame at any moment. So I said I'd pull him out. And I'm meaning to write a short story sometime called The Hand. And that was a vivid memory of reaching into this bloke, and he took my hand. And it was quite a feeling, you know, in that desperate situation. And presumably he was in pain. The water was rising, and he took my hand and I pulled him out. And I presume nothing happened to the van. Oh no, I climbed into the van, started the engine and drove it forward if you look at that photograph, there's a bit of a gap between the van and the phonograph. And that's because I shifted the van forward. There was nowhere for it to go because the beach was shut off with barbed wire. And I was fortunate, I think, that I didn't decide to stay with the van, because I'm sure that would have been it. And I think this is where I had this experience of listening to the shrapnel tearing through the air.
Is that what you could hear?
Yeah.
What does it sound like?
Well, as I say, it sounded like something tearing through the air. There were some canvas sides of some of our vehicles. I might have heard that, but...
Was it a whistling sound?
No, a tearing sound.
Tearing sound. Mm.
As you would imagine if it was sharp and moving through the air.
Mm. What happened? You got the soldier out from under the truck. Yeah. After you'd got him out, what happened to him? Did you take him somewhere, or...?
I can't remember what I did with him. Vaguely, I thought I stood him up against another vehicle, but I can't remember whether...
He couldn't move himself, obviously, really.
No.
He was too badly wounded.
And I don't think he even talked. I mean, there was nowhere to put him, really. I don't know quite.
But you got him away from that van?
I got him away from the burning van.
Mm. And then what happened? Oh, heavens, this jolly... Oh, no, that's all right. I thought the tape had stopped. What could you see around you at that stage, Ned? Can you remember?
Well, I think that the impression we had was very much of emptiness. We weren't going ashore, as I had imagined, in company with a vast number of Americans. We were all on our own. I must show you the stuff from Muir. He went to some gathering, a reunion that they had over in Canada, and he sent me a whole mass of beach diagrams. And he mightn't be able to use these, but I think we should have a look at it.
It'd be interesting at some stage to do that. Let's finish the story though, because that's
anyway,
we're carrying on with it.
There was nothing to do but see if one can get off the beach. Now, there's an interesting one here, and I don't know whether it has any validity, but I had no entrenching gear because it was all in my kit in the van, in the truck.
Did you still have your revolver with you?
Yep.
That would have been quite wet by now, was it?
Yes, I don't know what it would have thought about that. Oops, my short-term memory.
No, that's all right. No, so what we're doing is you've moved the soldier, and you've moved the truck, and now you're heading out to try to find some.
Yeah, I think the thing was
some other people.
was to get ashore and see if
Yes.
you could find somebody else.
Yes.
As I say, it was a terrible thing, and it was the same next morning. I think I was mentioning having the feeling that we were a little handful of men on the shore on a German-held area, and there weren't too many other people around.
So when did you make contact? Did you found some of your own people, did you?
Well, I did find some, and there was a bit of an edge to the beach, and there were trees or something along the beach. So this is when we discovered we were under sniper fire. We had one bloke who got a bullet through his nose. It went through there and came out the other side.
Through one side and out the other of his nose?
Of his nose.
Goodness.
So that was just a whisker, of course. And
Were there any, when you found your people, were any of them wounded or
yes,
dead?
well, they organised a van as an ambulance, and we collected the wounded and put them into this van because, you know, that was all you could do to get them off.
How many did you find? When you found your people, how many did you find?
Well, the official record says 12 killed and 40 wounded. And I'm sure we didn't have 40 in our van.
In your
but,
unit?
This, of course, was terrible. They were all thirsty and wanted water, and all I had was my relatively small water bottle, and that was just sort of classic World War One stuff with the wounded. And I don't really know, they must have got those ashore very soon, because I think with the van they probably could have loaded it on one of the LCTs coming in and got it back out again. But I haven't any clear picture
No.
of that going on.
And or of how they got there. Had they been ahead of you or behind you? They'd been ahead of you. They were ahead of you, obviously, weren't they?
Well, as I say, our peculiar situation was getting very close to the beach.
And then being stuck.
Seeing that explosion. No, and then the LCT taken out to sea again.
Yes. I see what you mean, yes. Yeah.
So when the actual landing took place, which I see I've got a note 4:30 in the afternoon, the landing started all over again.
Yeah.
And I don't think we were... It was the first attempt. We were ahead, and we saw a close-up of the beach. And I think the second time, it wasn't like that.
No. So you managed to load up some of the wounded onto...
It was a van, very like that one in the picture.
Yes.
And we were able to rig that up as an ambulance and have the wounded in it.
And what happened then? What did you do then?
Well, I think I went up to the beach line where you were under shelter of the trees, because there was sporadic firing coming from the hillside. And of course there was very little we could do there except to dodge, and you soon learned that provided you walked vigorously. I think when they are using telescopic sights, they can pick you up if you're still. But if you walk vigorously, they can't do it. So we learn to walk vigorously from one shelter to
Goodness.
I think there must be another impression that I had. What an extraordinary situation again, but how clever of the human to be able to learn in that situation. But I don't think I'd ever had any experience. I don't remember reading in war stories anything about walking vigorously to eliminate being hit by a sniper fire.
So you were walking vigorously rather than running, because the instinct may be to run.
No, and I was definitely walking.
Was it? Yeah, yeah. And so did you find any, you didn't find any medical help for these people? No.
Yeah. Now, this is the key story. Unbelievable. We had our conditioning about the beach landing, and when we landed there would be a beach master. I mean, it all sounded a little bit hopeful. There would be a beach master who would direct you to the way off the beach, and there would be medical orderlies who would attend to the wounded, and it sounded all very good. But on our beach, there was nothing except us. And I don't know whether I can find it, but I had sessions with the woman who was running the records at the Air Force Museum, who had a French name that I can't remember, and she made available to me a thing which would interest you, a historian, called the Air Force Narrative. And I take it that described the fact that someone had written down the experience, but it wasn't official. And I get hold of the Air Force Narrative, and there it is. It's got us in there with 12 killed and 40 wounded. And then, horrors, the record of the beach party. And the Americans held back the beach party, which would have been our guides, mentor and medical, because the beach was too dangerous. Now, thinking about it, it could well be that because the Americans were principally concerned with their main landing, which copped the division of German infantry, you know about that, a full division of German infantry there, and I think Neptune records that and says there's no indication that it was a failure of security. It was pure chance.
So
the Americans might have been meaning that was the beach that was too dangerous, because after all, they lost about 2,000 men on that beach.
Yes, but you were on Omaha, weren't you?
Yeah.
And Omaha was the beach on which there were terrible American casualties.
Yeah.
Did you see any sign of those on the part of the beach where you were?
The only thing I remember which is a ghastly thought, is that when we landed, I think this comes up several times, we had the impression we were a bit on our own.
Mm.
There didn't seem to be anybody else much around.
Yeah.
And then the tanks came along the beach from the left-hand direction, and I remember the ghastly sight of the tanks rolling over the dead. So there were dead soldiers on the beach.
Which tanks were they? German tanks?
No, these were American tanks.
Going over their own soldiers?
And they must have been ones that landed in the main beach and came along the beach. And we were thrilled to bits, of course. There was somebody else.
What did you think, though, when you saw them going over bodies?
Well, there were bodies on the beach, and I suppose the tanks couldn't dodge them.
Couldn't dodge them.
And I don't know whether tank drivers could even see them.
That's right. You wrote at one point, no, that night you slept somewhere, didn't you? You slept the first night.
Yeah. I got hold of Norman Best.
You found him?
Because, of course, he'd come ashore on his wrecky jeep with everything, including 2 blankets. So I borrowed a blanket from him, and we slept under a hedge in front of what was obviously a beach cottage in its peacetime days. And rumour had it that there were 6 German soldiers taking refuge inside it, who weren't at all ferocious. I think they were scared stiff. Anyway, we didn't have any attempt by anyone to do anything. We might have had to use that revolver. But no, they didn't. If they were there, they didn't offer any suggestion. And
do you remember feeling tired or relieved, or what did you feel that night as you lay down? Can you?
Well, I'm absolutely astonished about this, because I don't have any recollection of wet clothes or discomfort. And as far as I know, I slept in wet clothes with 1 blanket on the ground. And as I remember it, we slept under a hedge, which was the hedge on the front of this beach cottage. And it must have been very dry. So it was quite good for sleeping.
Next morning you woke up, and what happened then? You went back to try and get some gear, didn't you?
I had the impression that we moved further ashore.
Did you?
Where there was this American vehicle with a radio.
Right. Tell me about that.
So this was a bit in from the beach edge where we were pinned. Couldn't get past that because of the wire.
Right. Did you have any idea at that stage about what was happening in this landing, the big picture of it?
Up to that point, no. Were we a little handful of British army there all by ourselves on the beach, and had the invasion been a complete flop, because there were no sign of what we pictured of vast numbers of vehicles pouring in, and as I say, we got into this, there was a little grassy spot, this American vehicle, which had a loudspeaker going, and quite a crowd around it, listening to the BBC, telling us the invasion was a wonderful success.
Really? Gosh.
So that was killing it. We were there on the spot. And of course, this is something again, this incredible sense of isolation. And this is where I have to add my plug for radar. And when you got the radar set up, and all of a sudden you had a bird's eye view of the battlefield, and you could see what was going on. I mean, the radar was, wasn't a good picture of what was going on, but it did at least tell you what was going on.
Told you could see something happening.
Yeah, and you were released from this terrible isolation that you have.
How long did it take you to get the gear set up?
Well, it was a matter of days because we had lost so many vehicles. I mean, not to mention the vehicle I was in. The Type 14, which was the centimetre, the horizontal cheese, which was the real centre of that thing. That was the principal thing, which was centimetre transmission. That had got nearly ashore, but the tide had copped it at the end. And I can remember being quite annoyed with Norman Best because he woke me up and said, we must go down and see if we can rescue the Type 14. And of course that was the key thing and the secret one.
So was this after the first night he woke you up and said this?
Yes.
When you were under the hedge?
Under the hedge,
yes,
and with the blanket.
And he said...
And I was incredibly comfortable and warm. He wanted to get up and...
go back to the beach.
I can remember I had no right to be irritated, but I was thoroughly cosy and I'd slept well.
Gosh, you were amazing at being able to sleep through this, weren't you?
Anyway, we set off down the beach and Norman managed to talk a bulldozer driver into giving us a tow. And as I say, the Type 14 had nearly got ashore, but it obviously had water in it. And I had some test gear and I picked it up, and that was beyond use. And the bulldozer driver towed us along the beach until he felt terribly conscious of being sitting up there in a bulldozer with snipers.
Was he a civilian? Was he a Frenchman?
No, he was American Army.
Oh, he was American Army, yeah.
And so he said, thank you very much, I'll leave you to it, and went off back along the beach. And you can understand that he must have felt terribly vulnerable.
Were there still snipers? Was there still shelling?
Yes, well, of course, it was a sloping cliffs and trees on the slope.
I need to clarify something that I'm a bit confused about. Is Omaha quite a long beach?
Well, that's where we can...
I'll have a look at that later, but what I'm just trying to understand is that there's been all this activity and all this carnage, and then there's a little pocket of you thinking that you're wounded, and that's what I don't quite understand. So is Omaha quite long, or is it curved in some way?
Oh, it was quite a long beach.
Quite a long beach, yeah. Can I just ask you something else? Are you going to draw me a diagram about it? Are you going to draw a diagram?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the beach was something like this.
Yes. It's a
And
curved line.
they numbered it from here.
Right.
A,
And there are sectors on the beach.
B,
Yes, different sectors.
C, D was dog.
Right.
And each of those was divided.
Right.
into
And which
two.
bit did you land on, do you know?
We had, this is dog red and dog green.
Right.
And we were scheduled to land on dog red.
Yes.
Now, I have an idea, I don't know whether this is right, that the Omaha of the battle was easy green. And that's only something I don't really remember.
Right, which is
clearly.
further along the beach.
Yeah.
So you think the main landing where things went really badly wrong was further along the beach?
We didn't, in effect, have anything opposing us there.
Right.
We got ashore.
Mm.
Now, these exits, they are labelled, I call them drawers for some
Right. Yes. So you've just marked exit passages from each of these sectors on the beach.
Yeah.
Mm.
And we were landed just alongside one.
Right.
That's where I was telling you that the
Yes, I see.
museum is now.
Yes, so that's just by the shore. So can I ask you something? There was something else that you've mentioned before. At some point when you went back to get the gear, you found another dead American. Do you remember that? Lying against a wheel?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Do you remember that? Can you describe that for me?
Oh, that's when we went to rescue the Type 14.
Was it? And what happened? What did you see? Tell me about that.
And I can't quite remember why we had to remove him, because Nessie was up against the time.
I think you said at one point in something that you'd written that he was against the wheel.
Yes.
And that would be why you had to move him.
Yes. But if that was the vehicle we
Yes.
were
Can you?
trying to rescue.
But you can remember finding him.
Yeah.
What did he look like?
Oh, he just looked like an American soldier in an American uniform. But
You said something about seaweed in the writing.
about,
You said something about seaweed in the writing.
did I?
Do you remember that? That he was covered in seaweed?
Oh, yes.
You don't remember that? No, all right. Okay, so when you heard the BBC report, what was that like?
Oh, that was, you can imagine, it was a terrific relief, because we were seriously worried, you know, that we were just a little pocket all ready to be prisoners of war. And also a total worry that if the invasion hadn't been successful, oh, that was going to be the end of everything.
Mm.
So when the BBC said that not only was it successful, but it was very successful.
Mm-hmm.
And of course that was the same as the people in Britain heard.
Yeah. So you stayed on Omaha for a few days after that, didn't you? What happened in those subsequent days? Can you remember?
Well, we shifted up this little valley.
Tell me about changing clothes. When did that happen? You know, you changed into the khaki clothing.
Oh, yeah. Now, some way or other, there was must have been the edge of the trees, because those were the trees and those were the bluffs.
You're just drawing a little note again.
This was the field where this American Army vehicle was with the radio.
Yes.
And there must have been Americans settling in. That was a sort of flattish area.
So the Americans by this time had started digging in, and they were making a kind of a temporary base around there.
Yeah. Well, this is where the tanks came along the beach.
So the tanks came from further north up the beach towards.
I don't really remember.
Right, which is further along the beach.
Yeah.
So you think the main landing where things went really badly wrong was further along the beach?
We didn't, in effect, have anything opposing us there.
Right.
We got ashore. Now, these exits, they are labelled, I call them drawers for some
Right, yes. So you've just marked exit passages from each of these sectors on the beach.
Yeah. And we were landed just alongside one.
Right.
That's where I was telling you that the
Yes, I see.
museum is now.
Yes, so that's just by the shore. So can I ask you something? There was something else that you've mentioned before. At some point when you went back to get the gear, you found another dead American. Do you remember that? Lying against a wheel?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Do you remember that? Can you describe that for me?
Oh, that's when we went to rescue the Type 14.
Was it? And what happened? What did you see? Tell me about that.
And I can't quite remember why we had to remove him, because unless he was up against the Type.
I think you said at one point in something that you'd written that he was against the wheel.
Yes.
And that would be why you had to move him.
Yes, but if that was the vehicle
Yes.
we were trying to rescue.
But you can remember finding him.
Yeah.
What did he look like?
Oh, he just looked like an American soldier in an American uniform. But
You said something about seaweed in the writing.
about,
You said something about seaweed in the writing.
did I?
Do you remember that? That he was covered in seaweed?
Oh, yes.
You don't remember that? No, all right. Okay, so when you heard the BBC report, what was that like?
Oh, that was, you can imagine, it was a terrific relief, because we were seriously worried, you know, that we were just a little pocket all ready to be prisoners of war. And also a total worry that if the invasion hadn't been successful, oh, that was going to be the end of everything. So when the BBC said that not only was it successful, but it was very successful. And of course that was the same as the people in Britain heard.
Yeah. So you stayed on Omaha for a few days after that, didn't you? What happened in those subsequent days? Can you remember?
Well, we shifted up this little valley
Tell me about changing clothes. When did that happen? You know, you changed into the khaki clothing.
Oh, yeah. Now, some way or other, there was must have been the edge of the trees, because those were the trees and those were the bluffs.
You're just drawing a little note again.
This was the field where this American Army vehicle was with the radio.
Yes.
And there must have been Americans settling in. That was a sort of flattish area.
So the Americans by this time had started digging in, and they were making a kind of a temporary base around there.
Yeah. Well, this is where the tanks came along the beach.
So the tanks came from further north up the beach towards. Just drawing a little note again.
This was the field where this American Army vehicle was with the radio.
Yes.
And there must have been Americans settling in. That was a sort of flattish area.
So the Americans by this time had started digging in, and they were making a kind of a temporary base around there.
Yeah. Well, this is where the tanks came along the beach.
So the tanks came from further north up the beach towards. Tape identification. This is side 7 of an interview with Edward Hitchcock, Hitchcock, recorded at his home in Christchurch on the 13th of September 2004. The interviewer is Alison Parr, and the tape is for the D-Day Oral History Project. Right, so you were saying when you got to this place where the Americans were, what did the commander say? You were just, when we got to the end of the last side.
This is all sort of hearsay report, but this is what I heard, that he probably was talking to my squadron leader, superior. I can't guarantee that my men mightn't, get shooting if you don't get out of that blue, because this was very reasonable, that the good guys were in khaki and the bad guys were in blue or grey.
Yeah. So they changed you into the khaki.
We went up there and they laid out all of the stuff. I got a beautiful white jacket, which was just perfectly comfortable and easy. Must have been very smart.
A white jacket?
Yes.
That wouldn't give you much camouflage in a war zone, a front line, would it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it was. Whether it was for wearing to the first dinner ashore, or... But I just couldn't believe that these blokes had just come ashore, only a few minutes as it were, and they could let us have access to all these clothes. And I had a pair of ginger trousers and a shirt, and as I say, it was not unlike the jacket that I think I was wearing yesterday.
Yes. And, just a casual jacket, white jacket, yeah. 40s America. So what did you were you able to then be part of that camp? I mean, did you get some food at that point?
Oh, dear, now. think we got anything from them. We did, I presume, land successfully some of the equipment. Now, I wouldn't know this,
No.
but this 15082 is a completely self-contained mobile unit with a commanding officer and the head radio mechanic, and it would have a cook and a method of cooking.
So did enough of that unit get there for you to be?
Well, I think
Looked
it
up,
must have done.
yeah.
I certainly don't remember that, but I mean, there was a proportion of the vehicles that did get ashore. We were just bad luck having that channel.
Yeah. Yeah, just because you were in the wrong channel. Yeah.
Well, we didn't actually, when you look at the maps, it looks as though they've drawn that channel in.
Yeah.
But I don't think it could be
No.
the same.
So what did you spend the next 4 days? You stayed on the beach for another few days, didn't you? Or around that area. And you got your gear going?
Yes, well, there was a sort up as to what we'd got and what we lost. And I went down to the beach to meet some of the replacements that were being landed. And would you believe one or two of them got stuck in that channel?
Again? Oh, replacements that had been sent from
England, yeah. And of course the headquarters were in touch by radio, and they assessed what we hadn't got, and those replacements were sent, and I think they went on the air about D+4.
That's quite good going though, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
We had to cobble it all together and get it going.
Yeah.
And
Did you have to improvise?
Well, it must have been all right in the engineering side of it, because I didn't have any difficult problems. We did have one of our generating plant with shrapnel through the radiator,
Right.
and we had another one with shrapnel through the petrol tank, and so that was very good. The petrol tank and the radiator was swapped over, and we had one operating vehicle.
So you cobbled something together?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. How long did you stay there before you... Did you get moved back? Did you get moved to another beach before you went back to England? What happened?
Well, now, Norman West and I were sort of free roamers. So he got his instructions from England, and we would, when our unit was established and working, we were to move, God, what would it have been? Shoreward, we better call it. And further up the peninsula, I need to have a map to
Do you want to have a look at that?
refresh me.
Shall we do that? Would you like to do that? Would that help?
It would be quite convenient.
All right, we'll stop now and we'll just get a map. Okay, now you've got the map there, and we're talking about after D-Day.
Yeah.
And where you and Norman Best, moved up the beach a bit.
And there was another unit, a 1500 unit, had come in at
Further up the beach, or Shorewood, or your town?
oh, there. The famous place where one of the parachutists got himself hooked up.
Yeah, don't worry about where it was.
And we were to call in there.
Yes.
And use our expertise if it was necessary. And then we moved further north up to Coskerville, where another unit was established. And I think we were there for a few days. Have an idea, I had a bit of turning gear trouble there. And it was when we were cleared from Coskerville that we went down onto the beach and hitchhiked on an American LSD.
Right.
And were landed back in England again.
Right. Now, I'm going to stop the tape there for a minute.
One of the parachutists got himself hooked up.
Yeah, don't worry about where it was.
And we were to call in there.
Yes.
And use our expertise if it was necessary. And then we moved further north up to Coskerville, where another unit was established. And I think we were there for a few days. Have an idea, I had a bit of turning gear trouble there. And it was when we were cleared from Coskerville that we went down onto the beach and hitchhiked on an American LSD.
Right.
And were landed back in England again.
Right. Now, I'm going to stop the tape there for a minute. Tape identification. This is side 8 of an interview with Edward Hitchcock, Hitchcock, a continuation of an interview which started a couple of days ago. This interview was recorded on the 15th of September 2004 at Edward Hitchcock's home in Christchurch. The interviewer is Alison Parr, and the interview is for the D-Day Oral History Archive. Now, you were just going to tell me now something about your first night and when you landed, the first night you were there on D-Day. Tell me what happened.
Well, we got ashore in the afternoon with very considerable loss of vehicles, which, like mine, got stuck and overwhelmed by the sea. And so the remnants gathered themselves together on shore, and apart from the Germans shelling, which we had the feeling it was fairly haphazard. They weren't really making any great effort to deal with us.
How close to you were they, Ned?
Mm-hmm.
How close were the Germans who were shelling?
We had no contact with people. This was only shelling coming from way back. And this is where I noticed in some of my notes that when we extracted ourselves, we had all sorts of things damaged by shrapnel. And somewhere up on the roof, in which I'm not allowed to climb, there is a German handbook, not mine, but somebody else's, which has obviously had a piece of shrapnel through it. Anyway, we gathered ourselves together, and the remnants that were workable, they wanted to distribute around, and they thought it was, we thought it was desirable that we checked up with the farmer, seeing as how it was friendly territory. And as I say, I was the only one who was willing to admit any knowledge of the French language. So I was sent off to deal with this. And you can imagine that perhaps after all the things that had happened that day, I don't remember this interview clearly, but I do have a clear memory of friendliness and affability, which is not altogether to be expected from French country people, particularly as we involved them in war and damage. But I remember it as being friendly because we had a discussion over the language. It was I with my schoolboy French, trying to tell him that we were going to disperse heavy trucks all over his farm, and we had a discussion about what we called them, and I learnt a new, to me, French word, which is camion, heavy vehicle. So that was the atmosphere that I remember from this, of friendliness, and that just a stranger talking to this peculiar bloke who's just come out of the sea, that we should have discussed what the term was, and I learnt my new French word.
Wasn't there also a Frenchman who commented on how young you looked? Tell me about that story.
No, that was another occasion.
Tell me that story.
That was when I was summoned to help a radar officer put up his 110-foot tower. And he obviously was very unhappy. He'd never put up a tower before. So when he learnt I was around as the engineer expert, he said, "Oh, would you come and organise it for me?" I had never put up a tower before either. When I got there, he had organised a team of young Belgian soldiers in training to come and help.
So you were in Belgium by this time?
This
yes.
is in Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, we got going, and you steady the tower on either side with ropes, and as we need a lot of people, and I was getting them all organised, and that's when I heard one of the young men say to the other, "Qu'il est jeune." And this I was quite concerned about in my recent experiences of landing on the French coast and having been involved in this engineering so long. Here was I still looking young.
It's not a bad thing though, is it?
Oh, it's a damn nuisance. It's seriously affected my career.
Looking young.
Yep.
Yeah.
And one of the factors that you get, if you get a senior position, you are resented.
Yes.
Because you don't look really old enough.
No, I can understand that. Now, do you remember, we've talked before, and I'd like to pick it up from there, that you've landed, and you've asked the farmer if you can use his land.
Deploy
Yes. Can you tell me again about the night you stayed the night? What was your first night on French soil like?
Well, I had come ashore with what I was standing up in. My kit bag was out there in the vehicle, and my colleague, the squadron leader, had come ashore in a jeep which had landed without trouble, and he was there with everything, including his 2 issue blankets. So he lent me a blanket, and I think this is right, that there was what obviously was a beach cottage in the days when it was a popular beach, and it had a little sort of area, and it had a hedge along the front, which was more or less the edge of the water at high tide. And this hedge was fairly open, and this was very dry, and this was a very convenient place. As you know, I seem to do quite well on the sleeping.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
We tucked up under the hedge.
Did you have anything to eat? You had your K rations, didn't you?
Yes.
Can you remember what you ate at all?
Well, I would think undoubtedly there was this magnificent component of the K-racket,
Ration, yes.
ration.
Yes.
I can't remember now exactly what it was called, but it was concentrated food. So I think it was mainly dried fruit, but presumably there were a few other things in it. And it was absolutely magnificent. I mean, you could hardly eat it. It was so high power with food.
Yes.
And it was absolutely perfect, in my opinion, for that situation, because all we needed was food to keep going.
Yes.
You didn't really care what it was.
Did you have to add water to it?
Oh, now water was a problem because we, one of the few things that we had discussed at some stage was the German defence of poisoning your water supplies. And I can't remember. I definitely had my water bottle filled. And I can't remember how we got that, unless they brought across something with us.
Some of the rescue people might have had the rescue team, the people you met might have given you water, because they would have had their water bottles that they brought with them.
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes, that would be another lot of people with water.
Yes.
Because I think I was saying to you that we collected our wounded into a panel van, and this was very classic from one's memory of reading Great War stuff, the desperate need for water of people who'd been wounded.
And did you have water for them?
Well, I only had a water bottle, it wasn't very big, and
were you able to give some water to the
I was able to give them water from that, and I'm sure I must have got some more water from somewhere.
Yeah. What can you tell me? What you can remember? What sort of wounds did those people have? What sort of wounds were they bearing?
I think they were mostly shrapnel, so they could be anywhere, and jagged wounds. And I don't remember any dreadful wounds. They were mostly minor, but they were disabling.
Yes. So all the wounded were conscious, were they? There were no unconscious men?
I don't remember any. Some of the Americans that were lying around were either dead or unconscious.
How many, do you have a memory of bodies lying around?
Yes, I think I explained to you that somehow or other this was almost a natural, and it wasn't till those tanks came through, American tanks from the next beach, and you had the horrifying sight of the tanks crushing your body. But I think there were people lying around. You remember there was one Air Force bloke in the water, obviously dead or drowned. And the thing that I had a certain amount of protection from is that being assigned to this unit and not knowing anybody personally, I was spared something of the people who have their friends and long-term acquaintances wounded, so I was spared that.
Can you remember what your mood was in those couple of days before you knew that you were going to be with others? Because I know you said you felt quite isolated. Can you remember any thoughts that you might have had about you, a radar officer, finding yourself in the front line like this?
Oh, well, of course, we were pretty worried about being grilled on the secret radar, but I think perhaps coming back to this theory of thought control, or alternatively lack of imagination, I didn't let imagination carry me away. And it's quite interesting in your Edwards book, I think there's a report of American soldiers talking, and the sergeant saying to the young man who was saying, "You're all going to be killed," and he told him, "We don't think that way." And I think I was very lucky that I didn't speculate. I mean, it would have been beyond belief to have really looked at the reality of that situation. And I was interested. I came across in my colleague's report that he didn't entrench into the beach sand. He thought it was better to stand up. And my own experience, apart from the fact that my entrenching tool was still out in the bay, I hadn't got anything to entrench, but I still felt my job was probably to get the much of as we could ashore, and I felt curiously much safer standing up than lying down. Now, whether that's a misapprehension, but I've talked to other artillery people, and they had a phrase about grass cutters, which was shrapnel travelling at ground level, and I can't help wondering whether my survival wasn't helped by standing up and getting on with rescuing equipment. And the people who were wounded were very often the people who dug themselves in.
So you were moving around constantly. You would have been a moving target. Yes. Can you remember what the days... You were on Omaha for 4 days before replacement equipment arrived. What did you do during those 4 days? Can you remember the days that you were on Omaha waiting for replacement equipment?
Getting the vehicles that had survived, and I was telling you about when I was annoyed that Norman was enthusiastic and wanted to go and check the Type 14, which was the very secret special radar, and he wanted to go down and check because the vehicle had got itself bogged down in soft sand, and it looked as though the tide might have come up. And that's, I think, where we found and I discovered the paper where you had observantly me saying he had seaweed over it.
Now tell me that. What did you find? This was where you found...
Yes, on one of the things that I'd written.
Yes, you found a
reference to seaweed. I must say I don't now clearly picture that.
No. Oh, this was when you found what was it? It was the body of a young American, was
yes.
it? Against
the wheel.
Of your...
of this Type 40.
Right.
Type 40 is the name of the radar.
Right.
This was the radar vehicle with the horizontal sheaves, which put a vertical fan around, and it was the real centre of so it was the most important.
And that was where you found the body of the young American against the wheel. And you're saying that there was seaweed on him.
Yes, I don't see that now, but that could.
You'd written that at some stage. Yes, yeah. So what did you do each day as you were there? I mean, how many people were you gathered together in a group, or how were you living through those 3 or 4 days when you were waiting there?
Well, the CO, or the acting CO, because the CO was wounded, and they were in communication with England. And now I don't know how, I don't remember what they got ashore to do that, but they were able to signal to England to explain what was missing out of our convoy. And I remember the story about collecting American uniform.
Yes, I do. Mm.
Well, I think it must have been the next day that the first of our replacement vehicles was coming, and we had radio information when they would arrive. And I was sent down to guide some of these in, and I went down in my American ginger pants and my nice white jacket I told you about, and I just pinned onto the front of it. Remember I told you about the little band that went on the epaulettes, which had the rank badge? So I had that pinned to the front of my coat, because otherwise I had no cap.
No.
I had nothing. Oh, one of the things in my notebook.
Is that your notebook there?
No,
Or that's the notebook there? Yes.
Yeah, is the name of the man who lent me his cap. I hope I sent it back to him. But
Was this an American Army cap?
no, my Air Force
Oh,
cap.
your Air Force cap.
Mm.
Had you lost your Air Force cap?
Well, I came ashore wearing my Glengarry,
Yes.
you know, a side cap. The uniform cap with all the badges and things on it presumably was packed.
Right.
So I was, as it were, stripped for action.
Yes.
And then when I mean, it would have been much more convincing if I'd had that formal cap.
Did they recognise you when in all this new American gear? Did the people who were bringing the replacement equipment recognise you?
Well, I think it was such chaos that if I came and obviously was there officially to get them ashore, they didn't ask any questions. If I talked English,
Yeah.
particularly not American, then they did accept me.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So you got the equipment working, did you?
Well, the main job was to try and work on the equipment to see if we could you know, as far as we could, to see what we had worked. And I've got a little note here somewhere about the...
Is it? Shall I stop the tape while you find it? Shall I stop
Yes,
the tape?
all right.
Righto.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, so you found the piece you were looking for.
This is on the Type 13, which is the height finding equipment. Vertical frame light, but adequate, so it had survived. Some sort of Tommy bar useful for lining up the main bearings. No method of adjusting the chain tension on the elevation drive.
So I mean, I guess the thing that we need to record here is that were you having to adapt your equipment?
Oh, I thought it was there.
Look, don't worry about this too much,
right.
because that detail's probably not important. Don't worry about that now. We can look at that later. I'd like to know though what happened.
There's one here. Very difficult intermittent fault in the time base. Inexplicable and inconsistent. Just making an observation.
Yeah.
Mine explodes a few hundred yards away and strikes a new note, I think it is.
What, with the mine explosions?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was still activity going. Can you remember? Can you just recall from your mind rather than your notebook? There was still, you were still aware that there was activity going on, shelling and
The
that sort of
shelling
thing?
was going on.
Yes.
And my impression was they were picking off the vehicles. If the vehicles got ashore, they
Yes.
shelled them.
Yeah.
And obviously the two Thornycrofts,
Yes.
which are visible there,
Yeah.
they were picked off, and of course because they carried oil for the diesels, when they burnt,
Right.
they burnt.
And these were the vehicles you lost?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they were the vehicles that were lost after they got ashore.
After they got ashore, yes.
Whereas some of the vehicles were lost because they didn't get
Didn't
ashore.
make it, yeah. Can you tell me what it felt like when you did get some gear working and got a good signal?
Well, I can't remember whether I described this to you before,
I don't think you did.
but the most powerful emotion that you have, I think, in the wartime situation is your very limited acquaintance. You can only see what you can see or hear. And this must be the problem of a military commander. He needs to get information because his own acquaintance is so limited. And I can remember the feeling the first time we had a station operating and we could see a picture of the aerial. It was pretty useless. I mean, it just told us where aircraft were, and I can understand now why, on the whole, the military welcomed us, because this was a bit of information about what lay in the distance, whereas your ordinary acceptability on the battlefield is what you can see or hear. So it's quite interesting
Yeah.
to have that.
And what did you feel when you saw that picture yourself?
Oh, it was just marvellous, you know. You could see what was happening, and I think, on the whole, what was happening was better than we had expected. So that was, again, a reassurance.
Yes. Because you'd been pretty much in the dark until that point, hadn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
As I say, the first impression in waking up in the morning was that it was all a flop. We were a handful of people ashore and there was nothing coming in.
So you saw on the radar that in fact that wasn't the case?
When we got the radar going,
Yes.
But we had the BBC and their news.
Yes, that's right.
And
Yeah.
that, I think, is an interesting picture. Those on the very centre of operations listen to the BBC. Find out what's going on.
That's very true. That's very true. So you went back to the UK, didn't you? You went back to England after that
Yes.
gear was going. And then you came back. You moved to Utah Beach at one point. Was that before you went back?
No, that was after.
Or was it Sword Beach? You came back to Sword Beach in September, didn't you?
Yes, that was the second assignment
Yes.
with the radio navigational aids. and 72 wing.
Yeah. And how different did that feel to the first time?
Oh, well, we were old hands. We knew the ropes. And I think I told you that we had a bulldozer. So the ship came in and beached. And we had a bulldozer that piled up sand in front of the ramp, because otherwise the ramp was difficult to get it down onto the beach. So the sand was piled up so the vehicles could drive off. So that was a bit of a contrast to leaping off the vehicle way out at sea.
Yes, yeah, into deep water. You went to Mons at one point, didn't you? What can you remember of that?
Now, after we landed that second time, which, as I say, was going over with 72 wing, so that was a subgroup of 60 group that was going to operate these radio navigational aids, which were also blind bombing control. And a bit obscure on this, but I think that the German army had surrendered with a ceasefire, and with Hitler still nominally in command, I don't think there was any real certainty that the ceasefire would be observed.
No.
So the navigational aids and the blind and I can remember the feeling the first time we had a station operating and we could see a picture of the aerial. It was pretty useless. I mean, it just told us where aircraft were, and I can understand now why, on the whole, the military welcomed us, because this was a bit of information about what lay in the distance, whereas your ordinary acceptability on the battlefield is what you can see or hear. So it's quite interesting to have that.
And what did you feel when you saw that picture yourself?
Oh, it was just marvellous, you know. You could see what was happening, and I think, on the whole, what was happening was better than we had expected. So that was, again, a reassurance.
Yes. Because you'd been pretty much in the dark until that point, hadn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
As I say, the first impression in waking up in the morning was that it was all a flop. We were a handful of people ashore, and there was nothing coming in.
So you saw on the radar that in fact that wasn't the case?
When we got the radar going,
yes.
But we had the BBC and their news.
Yes, that's right.
And that, I think, is an interesting picture. Those on the very centre of operation listen to the BBC. Find out what's going on.
That's very true. That's very true. So you went back to the UK, didn't you? You went back to England after that year was going. And then you came back. You moved to Utah Beach at one point. Was that before you went back?
No, that was after.
Or was it Sword Beach? You came back to Sword Beach in September, didn't you?
Yes, that was the second assignment.
Yes.
With the radio navigational aids and 72 wing.
Yeah. And how different did that feel to the first time?
Oh, well, we were old hands. We knew the ropes. And I think I told you that we had a bulldozer. So the ship came in and beached. And we had a bulldozer that piled up sand in front of the ramp, because otherwise the ramp was difficult to get it down onto the beach. So the sand was piled up so the vehicles could drive off. So
yeah.
that was a bit of a contrast to leaping off the vehicle way out at sea.
Yes, yeah, into deep water. You went to Mons at one point, didn't you? What can you remember of that?
Now, after we landed that second time, which, as I say, was going over with 72 wing, so that was a subgroup of 60 group that was going to operate these radio navigational aids,
yes,
which were also blind bombing control. And I'm a bit obscure on this, but I think that the German army had surrendered with a ceasefire, and with Hitler still nominally in command, I don't think there was any real certainty that the ceasefire would be observed.
No.
So the navigational aids and the blind with a ceasefire, and with Hitler still nominally in command, I don't think there was any real certainty that the ceasefire would be observed.
No.
So the navigational aids and the blind
Tape identification. This is side 9 of an interview with Edward Hitchcock, Hitchhock, recorded at his home in Christchurch on the 15th of September 2004. The interviewer is Alison Parr, and the interview is for the D-Day Oral History Project. So because there was no guarantee, you were saying on the last side, that Hitler was going to observe the ceasefire.
They were getting these blind bombing and navigational aids into action to be ready for anything that might happen with it.
And they were going to be quite important in that.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So I think that's why we were given.
So you went into Mons. What do you remember of that?
We came ashore in France, in the main landing area, and of course I think that is interesting, that although they had to get the port and they built the mulberry to really get stuff ashore really efficiently, we were still coming in onto the beach well after D-Day. So the ability to bring in reasonably big ships, beach them, lower a ramp, and have trucks like ours driving off.
Oh, there's the telephone. We'll just stop while the phone rings. So the ability you were saying of having
run big ships, unheard of thing to run it up onto the beach, and they would drop their kedge anchors behind, so that when the tide came out, they could get a pull out seawards. And I think occasionally they got stuck and they couldn't get off. Like the photograph,
yes, that's
where there's a LST stuck.
I'm really interested to know what you remember of seeing of Europe once you went back that second time. What the place looked like after the ravages of war. Was it obvious that there had been a battle going on?
Well, I can't quite place this, but at one stage there were lots of dead horses. There were burnt out vehicles, and I can remember saying how wonderful it is that these German vehicles burnt out, whereas for so long in the Middle East and everywhere it had been British vehicles that were burnt out. So I do remember that, and the dead horses, I think, was how the Germans were very much dependent on horse-drawn. They weren't entirely mechanised with vehicles. And I would think that must have been that second time
Yes.
ashore when the Germans, the army had actually withdrawn.
Yeah, yeah. You mentioned too about going before VE Day, going into the Russian zone. Can you remember that? Do you remember anything of that? And talking about forced labour, do you have any memories of that?
No.
No.
I was going to talk about our Belgian survivor,
Yes.
who had forced labour for the Germans on the anti-invasion work. The only mention I've made of Russian was my head of section, who was an Australian, who went on the British military mission to Russia.
Right.
And he was a very characterful bloke who put his name down when they were calling for Russian speakers to join the British military mission. He put his name down and then started to learn Russian.
Oh, good on him.
And he was the head of my section.
Right.
And had he not been away, undoubtedly he would have left at this chance of the invasion. So I only got there because my chief happened to be away at the time.
Ah. Tell me about the Belgian person you were going to tell me about.
Well, I'll just explain that we landed the second time in France, and we settled ourselves in Chateau Mathieu. It was a genuine French chateau, a bit battered, slightly neglected, but nevertheless it was a chateau, and we all were in tented accommodation, but the adjutant and the administrative people were in this gorgeous chateau with wonderful paintings all around.
Oh.
And we were able to take over and commandeer any buildings that had been already taken over and used by the Germans. And of course they had pretty good taste, so there were lots of things like this chateau that we could just take over without any paperwork, as it were. And that was how we came to be there. But anyway, we moved up into winter quarters as the winter came on, and the European winter, of course, would have not been good under canvas. And we knew we were going to move to Belgium, and we drove up in convoy. And as we got nearer into the industrial area in Belgium, and there were coal heaps and slag heaps, after the beautiful northern France and the green countryside, my heart was sinking. This is where we're going, because we were not to know that the people would be so warm. The Belgians are a bit pro-British. Once again we took over German-occupied buildings, and it was the École Normale. Interesting that it is the same as our use of normal school, a school belonging to a training college. And we had all our WAFs, we had WAFs over there by then, and all our airmen, all living in these sort of dormitory quarters. And as I mentioned, electricity was a bit dicey because the front line didn't respect electricity distribution, and it was liable to be interrupted. And I went down to interview the electrical engineer who was in charge of this to see if I could make sure that we got some electricity. And I walked into his office. There he was sitting behind the desk. He was a bit fat and sitting there very pale. And I'd come straight from France and living under canvas, and I was thoroughly brown and fit. And you walk in to see him here, and you look at a poor ruddy civilian, there he is, sitting behind the desk. And of course, I came to when I knew him personally, and he explained his history. He had been in that position when the Germans broke through. He got on his bicycle and he rode to Dunkirk, in and out of the German lines. And as a civilian, apparently, he didn't get stopped. He got to the beaches where the British were busy having our victory.
This was at the time of Dunkirk?
Yes. You know, when it was a successful evacuation, not a defeat.
Right, yes.
And anyway, he was told very firmly that they could not take civilians.
Or did he want to go back? Did he want to go with the British who were withdrawing at that time?
Yes, he thought he might get out and get back to Britain, where he would be more useful in the war. And so that was turned down flat. There was no way of getting around it. So he got on his bicycle, rode back in and out of the German lines, back to Mons, and went on with his job. And he was well, first of all, he had a brother who was a monk in some religious order, and they got tied up with the resistance, So he had a brother that was suspect, the Germans, and they imprisoned him just in case. And he had a stretch in prison.
This was the person you knew, not his brother. This was the man behind the desk,
yes,
had a stretch in prison.
Jean-Marie.
Yeah.
And in prison, he learnt tapestry and did quite a lot of quite startling tapestry. And I think he also polished up his English. And then later he was conscripted by the Germans onto what was effectively slave labour with the Todd organisation that was building all the reinforced concrete work on the French coast, anti-invasion stuff. And
what was the name of that corporation? Todd.
Todd, T-O-D-T.
All right, I'm with you. T-O-D-T, yes, okay, yep.
I think that's what it was.
Yes.
And, you know, it's quite shattering to think that suddenly he was a slave. He had no rights. He had no rights as a person. They could do anything they liked. His brother had disappeared. There was no trace of him. And what a devastating, I mean, things that we had to bear could be nothing like that.
So did you become a friend? Did you become friends? Or?
Well, of course, we had a lot to do with him. He was a fellow electrical engineer, so we had a start there, and we got on very well together. And they looked after us and took me to their house. He was the Belgian whose wife complained that she was the only engineer's wife in Belgium who had 2 lifts and no car. Now, the thing is, as an electrical engineer, he'd put a lift into his house in Mons, and his house in the country, he'd put a lift in that. And these were these medieval places built with heavy timber beams. And I have in mind, I think it must perhaps the one in Belgium, that the fill-in was wattle and daub.
Oh, really? Yeah. Goodness. Is this the family here? Is that...
No,
that's not his family.
This is the woman who led English during the occupation.
Right, tell me about her, because you met... This is you then. So is this in Belgium? This is a photograph that I'll identify on the back of...
That was my contact, was with the electrical engineer.
Right, yes.
He had a wife, but no family.
So tell me how you met these people.
Now, this bloke was a pilot.
That's the other person in uniform, third from the left, yes.
And it was a rare occasion when I had another New Zealander around.
Yes.
And he was wandering around and he hadn't got a handkerchief, and he went into a shop where he thought he might get a handkerchief. And the owner served him and spoke English. And he complimented her on being able to speak English. And she explained that she had learnt English during the occupation so she could speak to the liberators when they came. And I think that's absolutely marvellous.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
made us feel a bit ashamed because we had a bit of doubt
Whether you were...
whether we were going to win.
So this is her and her family, is it? This is the two of you with her and her family?
Two families here.
Right.
This is Madame de Gauquet, and I don't think her husband was there. I think this was the son. Now this is the other family, the Gregoires, and he was a senator. I'm not quite sure if he was a son.
But did you meet him and his family through this woman who had learnt English?
Yeah.
What are you standing in front of here?
And it's just a greenhouse.
Oh, it's a greenhouse. So did you go to their home and their garden? Is that where this is?
Well, these two families were very close together, and I was invited at some stage to their annual family. The two families got together each year and had a dinner. And that was quite a special privilege. But being the French attitude to food, this was quite special because they were going to have freshwater crayfish. Now, it is not usual for them to be able to introduce you to what was on for dinner.
No.
Crawling around in the pool because they'd got their live freshwater crayfish in the garden pond.
And was that on this occasion here?
No, I don't think so.
But these were friends. Now, can you remember the names of these of this family? What was his surname?
He is Gregoire.
How do you spell that?
Gregoire.
And was that his surname or his Christian?
Was his surname.
His surname, Monsieur Gregoire.
I don't even know his Christian
And what was her name, the woman who'd spoken English?
And she is Madame Gregoire, Madame de Gauquet.
How do you...
D-E.
Yes.
G-E.
Yeah.
Q-U.
Yeah.
I-E-R.
Right. And would that be with a capital G or all one word? Would it be D-E and then capital G? De Croyer, or... Can you remember? Doesn't matter.
No,
don't worry.
I don't think I probably ever knew.
No, and all these people are their friends.
Yes, I say, I think he was a son.
Yes. Do you know the name of the other New Zealander?
No.
Can't remember. No, okay. And you think this is Monsieur Gregoire's family here?
Well, this is Madame.
Yes.
This is the daughter, Jacqueline, the daughter, the de Gauquet daughter.
Oh, right.
And this is Josiane, who was a Gregoire.
Right, I'm with you. So that would have been late 1944?
Yep.
Yep. Good. How often did you visit them?
Oh, well, they were very hospitable. We had invited to dinner.
Did you go quite often?
Quite often.
Yeah.
And we learnt the code. If you were invited, I forget exactly what the times were, but if you were invited for 7, it would mean you were invited to dinner. If you were invited for 7:30 or 8, then you better have your meal at the mess before.
Is that what it was like?
If you mistook it, you might face having to eat a second dinner.
For dinner, yes.
And their food, of course, they were thoroughly enjoying the return to normal. The food did take a bit of a while to catch up, but during the occupation it was pretty scarce.
Yes. So how long did you stay in Belgium for? How long were you on that duty for? Just very roughly. When?
I think it could well have been a year.
Oh, really? Oh, you lived there for as long as that? You think until sometime in 1945?
I can't really quite remember.
No, that's interesting. That's very interesting, though, that you think it might have been that. You made no reference in your questionnaire, so don't worry too much about that. That's fine. Can you remember? I just want to take you right back to D-Day again, and when you were taken off the beach for the first time to go back to the United Kingdom. Can you remember how you felt to be leaving that scene where you'd had such an extraordinary experience?
Well, I think the whole feeling was of gratitude for having survived, and I think that gave one a sense of confidence, and I seem to remember looking at people who weren't smiling and thinking how sad they were, and they looked so grim. So I think I had wonderful confidence in life.
Do you think it changed you in any way?
I think, they having got through that, you really felt life was, you were in favour, as it were. Hard to describe it.
Yeah.
But, it was stupendous when you think our casualties were 1 in 2. So every second person was either killed or wounded.
This is in your
This is
section?
in that landing. And that I think was a wonderful boost, personally. And as I say, I didn't have the burden of people I know, so I haven't got one of those wartime experiences that people can't bear to talk about. And the other thing, as I say, I hadn't met Jane. My parents were in New Zealand, so I didn't really have anybody to worrying about me.
No, I can understand that. Yeah, yeah.
So that made life an easy one.
When you look back on it now, what do you think of that whole time and its impact on your life? All these years later, 60 years later, what do you make of it now, Ned?
Well, compared to what young people do these days, I feel we really were deprived of being young. On the other hand, being young in the services had its fun. And the privilege of, for instance, of becoming a close friend of all that lot in Belgium was quite special.
Yeah, yeah. But are you saying that you feel in other ways you missed out on some of your youth?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, you look back at what young people do these days, and you feel conscious of your time like that was totally constrained by the military.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Should we stop and have a cup of tea?
Yep.
Here we go. You tell me about. Ned's just telling me another story. Tell me about that again.
And
you were talking about what going back a year afterwards, was this?
yeah,
1 year afterwards.
I think it would be a year afterwards, and the Queen was going to review the veterans of the Normandy landing. So we were lined up on the beach, and the tide had been in. It was very wet, and my feet got very wet. But there we are, my devotion to our Queen. I don't know whether she took any notice of us because we marched past
With wet feet.
with wet feet. And you were watching from the back of the crowd.
But I think this is when we went back.
Oh, this is when we went back.
For the
50th.
50 year.
For the 50-year
Yeah.
anniversary.
It was a 50-year anniversary, and all the men were standing, and the tide was gradually coming in, and they were all having to stand as their feet weren't getting wet.
All these elderly chaps. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's a real military effort.
So this was just 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, and I was in the crowd, and I got a nice photo of the Queen, and she was turning, and I found out after that the film had finished.
Oh, bother. We'll stop this now and we'll carry on after we've had a cup of tea. Okay, now we've had a cup of tea and you're telling me a story about you and Norman Best going down to D2 before you go, and you've just gone to check the vehicles to see how the waterproofing's going.
The vehicles which are going to be entrusting our lives. And the engines are all covered with a green paste, which we later had in New Zealand and called it Denso. And the inlet to the air inlet to the engine had been taken through into the cab and right up to the very top of the cab. It struck me as being a bit improbable the engine might be running in that depth of water. And then I saw the exhaust. It just came out of the pipe and that was it. There was nothing on it. Now, these infernal New Zealanders, they have such a wide range of experience. My father came down from Wellington to be resident engineer on the Lake Coleridge construction. And that involved considerable travel in the upper reaches of the Canterbury rivers when there were no bridges in those days. So farmers and all the people who lived in that area were regularly fording rivers to get about. And so tucked away in there
In the back of your mind.
was what I had learned as a child, that if you were going to cross a river, the first thing you should do is to disconnect the fan, because otherwise the fan will throw water at high speed onto the engine and make it very difficult. In those days you could in fact do that. Can't do it now. And the other thing you should do was to put a hose pipe onto the exhaust so the outlet of the exhaust was above water. And I don't know where the hell I learnt all this, but the theory was is you've got a long exhaust pipe in the cold water, and it's true that the exhaust will push its way out, but if you vary the speed of the engine, which you might have to do, whatever it is, and it suddenly lessens, then the hot gases are cooled all the way along and it sucks water so that the whole of your exhaust pipe is full, and then the engine will no longer work and it hasn't got the ability to drive that out. So, what do? I was there as an engineering expert, but all this was done by the combined operations people who'd had lots of experience of landing in water. Anyway, it was quite impractical at that stage to do anything. There wasn't anybody I could tell, so I had to say, oh well, we'll find out whether the theory is right. Well, now, I'm absolutely certain we plunged into the water, and I later learned that the instruction to the drivers was, as they entered the water, to put your foot down hard on the floor and keep it there until you emerge out the other side. And my driver did that, and we steamed ahead to the shore, and then the truck in front of us had some sort of obstacle, and I would be sure, I can't remember it clearly, that he would have taken his foot off the accelerator so that he didn't run into the back of that vehicle.
And you think that may be why you stalled?
I reckon that that's most likely why we're stalled. Now, the other thing that I have mentioned to you is this powerful business of chance.
How the waterproofing's going?
The vehicles which are going to be entrusting our lives, and the engines are all covered with a green paste, which we later had in New Zealand and called it Denso. And the inlet to the air inlet to the engine had been taken through into the cab and right up to the very top of the cab, which struck me as being a bit improbable. The engine might be running in that depth of water. And then I saw the exhaust. It just came out of the pipe, and that was it. There was nothing on it. Now, these infernal New Zealanders, they have such a wide range of experience. My father came down from Wellington to be resident engineer on the Lake Coleridge construction. And that involved considerable travel in the upper reaches of the Canterbury rivers when there were no bridges in those days. So farmers and all the people who lived in that area were regularly fording rivers to get about. And so tucked away in there,
in the back of your mind,
was what I had learned as a child, that if you were going to cross a river, the first thing you should do is to disconnect the fan, because otherwise the fan will throw water at high speed onto the engine and make it very difficult. In those days you could in fact do that. Can't do it now. And the other thing you should do was to put a hose pipe onto the exhaust so the outlet of the exhaust was above water. And I don't know where the hell I learnt all this, but the theory was that you've got a long exhaust pipe in the cold water, and it's true that the exhaust will push its way out, but if you vary the speed of the engine, which you might have to do, whatever it is, and it suddenly lessens, then the hot gases are cooled all the way along, and it sucks water so that the whole of your exhaust pipe is full. And then the engine will no longer work, and it hasn't got the ability to drive that out. So, what do I do? I was there as an engineering expert, but all this was done by the combined operations people who'd had lots of experience of landing in water. Anyway, it was quite impractical at that stage to do anything. There wasn't anybody I could tell. So I had to say, oh well, we'll find out whether the theory is right. Well now, I'm absolutely certain we plunged into the water, and I later learned that the instruction to the drivers was, as they entered the water, to put your foot down hard on the floor and keep it there until you emerge out the other side. And my driver did that, and we steamed ahead to the shore, and then the truck in front of us had some sort of obstacle, and I would be sure, I can't remember it clearly, that he would have taken his foot off the accelerator so that he didn't run into the back of that vehicle.
And you think that may be why you stalled?
I reckon that's most likely why we're stalled. Now the other thing that I have mentioned to you is this powerful business of chance. Run into the back of that vehicle.
And you think that may be why you stalled?
I reckon that's most likely why we're stalled. Now the other thing that I have mentioned to you is this powerful business of chance.
Tape identification, this is side 10 of an interview with Norman Hitchcock. Yes, the chance you were saying.
And how in circumstances where you're exposed to danger and you've survived, you feel that any slight alteration of the circumstances could have just altered that good luck of getting away with it.
Because as you said, that in fact if you had changed anything and you feel if you had got to the beach earlier, you maybe wouldn't have survived. It was the fact that you did get stuck that contributed to your survival.
We didn't see till afterwards the Thornycrofts that got ashore, piles of burning wreckage. So it could have been the fact that nobody took any notice of it. And I couldn't do anything about that exhaustion.
That's right. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. When you look back on all of this time now, Ned, what do you think of your involvement in D-Day and the time subsequently?
Oh, well, I think it was wonderful to be involved. Even more wonderful that it was so improbable that some high-up should have decreed that a couple of experts went in with the landing to help out because they would face difficulties. So that was an extraordinary bit of luck. it was a bit of luck that my boss was away. Otherwise he would have snapped it up. And that then had a sequence of, the whole astonishing sequence of going down, joining the American camp, getting on our vehicle, the landing, the swimming ashore, the whole thing is just so totally and utterly improbable. And, yes, it was exciting, and it has been quite wonderful that I have had this involvement in being away for the war that had this particular little bit which has got so much mention. Whereas, for a lot of people going away to the war, a lot of them have dull jobs.
So you actually see that, even though it must have been terrifying, as a positive experience.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
And while I say I wouldn't have missed it for anything, it's easy enough to say that when you come out the other side.
That's right. Yeah. Have you ever had any kind of negative impact on you of being part of that war and seeing the things you saw? Have you ever had any problem with nightmares or sleeping or anything like that? You've been okay?
No, because I was spared, sort of thing.
Yes.
And I think, coming across so many people reported from the war who don't want to talk about it, that mine has been a very lucky experience for me, and I'm quite happy to talk about it.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's very good. Is there anything more about life in Belgium? I'm just thinking, if you were in Belgium, you think, for almost a year, based in Belgium, what were your living conditions like? You had these lovely friends who you could go and visit, but did you have any? What were your living and sleeping conditions?
We took over a house.
Yes.
The most interesting thing about the house was the design of the toilet facilities, in which all of these continental toilets had a sort of flat pan, and the flushing washed the deposits on the... Anyway, I understand that they are ruled out by our plumbing regulations.
Was that the first time you'd seen one?
Yes, and, what a funny thing it is in a foreign country to have that particular aspect of it so different.
Yeah.
The house, otherwise, was very comfortable, and we, of course, had established an officer's mess in some big house. The big house was notable in that for the end of the war celebration, some mad senior officer got his revolver and fired inside the room, which is very, very irresponsible.
What was he doing that for?
Oh, just this tremendous excitement.
Oh, I see. You mean when he heard the war had ended?
The war was over, yes.
Where were you when on VE Day?
In Belgium.
In Belgium.
And I say we were living in this particular house.
Can you remember hearing about it? Hearing that the European war was over?
I would think probably that our unit was acquainted with the talks going on.
Yes.
So it wasn't out of the blue for us. We did have ideas on that. And I don't remember, not like the moment I heard war was declared. I don't remember
Did we talk about, I can't remember if we talked about that when you heard war was declared. Tell me about that again.
They was travelling down on the perishable goods from Arthur's Pass, where if the guard was friendly, you could put your sleeping bag out and the guards ran and have a jolly good sleep.
Mm.
And I remember so vividly lying in my sleeping bag, very cosy, and we stopped at Rolleston Station, which is at the foot of the hill. And they flung the doors back and somebody said, "They're evacuating London." And by the time we got to Christchurch, the war was officially on.
So that was, they had heard about that. Gosh, how amazing. How did that strike you at the time?
Oh, well, it was a little with dismay because, you know, as a young man at that time, you were, if the war was on, you were absolutely certain to be involved.
You would have been 21.
And, yep.
21.
Your main concern was to try and make sure you got into something that was interesting and not something that was terrible.
Mm. What were you doing? What were you doing on the West Coast at that time? Why were you coming through Arthur's Pass?
Well, Arthur's Pass was our base for climbing and mountaineering.
Oh, so you'd been mountaineering.
Mm.
Aha. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I think that's all we need to do. Actually, I know that you've been back to the UK for those and to Normandy.
Yeah. If I can just say quickly, we've already mentioned Joan having a bit unsympathetic reception from a French.
Yes, when you went back to the
gendarme.
commemorations, yes.
But otherwise, the reception has been wonderful. Of course, always in Normandy, people were very appreciative.
Mm.
And I don't think I've mentioned to you that I belong to an organisation called the Normandy Veterans.
Yes, I was going to ask you about
And
that.
we had a member of the Normandy Veterans who happened to be a farmer, and he was interested in cattle breeding, and he happened to make a visit to France to talk to a fellow cattle breeder, and in the course of the discussion he told the man that he was a Normandy veteran. The French farmer had obviously had something to do with that, but thought this was wonderful.
Mm.
And he said, "What about you getting a group together, coming over to France, and we'll look after you?" And so he comes back to the Normandy Vets and says, "We've got an invitation to go to France."
And that's what you did.
And somebody rang me up and said, "Would you like to stay in a hotel or would you like to be billeted?" So I said very promptly, "Billeted."
Mm.
And I came off the phone, called out to Joan, "I've just arranged for you to be billeted in a French house."
Right.
And it was absolutely marvellous. The village was Condé-sur-Narrow, and they had been severely bombed during the invasion operations, and they were absolutely wonderful.
Mm.
They hired a bus for us.
Mm.
The bus took us around and we actually visited the beachheads.
Did you go back to Omaha?
Yes.
How did it look in comparison to how it was when you were there?
Oh, well, apart from some rusting hulls out at sea, there was nothing left, except that at the very place we came ashore, the American president had erected his reviewing platform just in that little spot.
So you recognised the spot?
Oh, well, I knew that very well.
Yeah, yeah. Tell me, have you ever had any contact with the Belgian families that you got to know, with the Grégoires or de Jacquiers?
Well, I think we told you that Jean-Marie, the engineer, came and stayed with us.
Right. Now, Jean-Marie, was that Jean-Marie?
Duisberg.
Oh, no, how do you spell that name?
D-U-I-S-B-E-R-G.
Yeah. And so Jean-Marie, he was the chap who... He was the one who'd bicycled and tried to get out of Dunkirk. And he came and stayed in New Zealand here.
And he came and visited us here. And he was the one who delighted in Joan's marmalade.
Oh, was he that one? Oh, that's marvellous. And what about the other ones? What about the Grégoires or the others? Did you ever hear from them again or have anything to do with them?
The Grégoire story is a tragedy. Like a lot of Belgians, she had relatives in Colombia. She went to visit them, in Colombia, and she was on the plane that crashed.
Oh, was she?
Everybody was killed.
Oh, that's terrible.
So that's rather sad.
That's very sad, isn't
Now,
it?
I think I told you that my friend Josanne has married a Belgian businessman who occasionally travels to New Zealand, and just occasionally there's a phone call and a voice says it's Josanne.
Yeah. Well, look, I think we'll finish there. I think that's just fine. Thank you. Are you happy to finish there?
Yes, it's been lovely. I mean, you couldn't really have any more delightful thing than to be asked about it.
Oh, that's good.
I think I've told you about the general idea that when you've done something special, people don't ask about, partly because they're puzzled, they don't know how to ask the right questions, and partly, of course, there's always a bit of envy about things.
Well, it's been lovely talking with you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for being so interested.
We'll stop there. That's lovely. And he came and stayed in New Zealand here.
And he came and visited us here, and he was the one who delighted in Joan's marmalade.
Oh, was he that one? Oh, that's marvellous. And what about the other ones? What about the Grégoires or the others? Did you ever hear from them again or have anything to do with them?
The Grégoire story is a tragedy. Like a lot of Belgians, she had relatives in Colombia. She went to visit them, in Colombia, and she was on the plane that crashed.
Oh, was she?
Everybody was killed.
Oh, that's terrible.
So that's rather sad.
That's very sad, isn't
Now,
it?
I think I told you that my friend Josanne has married a Belgian businessman who occasionally travels to New Zealand, And just occasionally there's a phone call and a voice says it's Suzanne.
Yeah. Well, look, I think we'll finish there. I think that's just fine. Thank you. Are you happy to finish there?
Yes, it's been lovely. I mean, you couldn't really have any more delightful thing than to be asked about it.
Oh, that's good.
I think I've told you about the general idea that when you've done something special, people don't ask about, partly because they're puzzled, they don't know how to ask the right questions. And partly, of course, there's always a bit of envy about things.
Well, it's been lovely talking with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being so interested.
We'll stop there. That's lovely.